In the words of manager Jim Fregosi, the Phillies play their most important game of the year tonight against the Braves in Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Sean McDonough, along with Tim McCarver, and it's great to have you with us. The Braves lead this series 2-1, and Jim Fregosi says his team has to win tonight. Meanwhile, all things considered, the Atlanta Braves would rather not be in Philadelphia on Wednesday night when Game 6 would be played if necessary. The Braves can avoid that by winning the next two here at home. And tonight they send John Smoltz out to the mound against Danny Jackson.
Yeah, I think, Sean, it's a matter of how the Phillies are going to come back in this series. We said before Game 1 that in order for the Phillies to win, they were going to have to score a lot of runs. But look at the staff against whom they will have to score those runs. The Atlanta Fab Four, they call them. They are 75-33 on the regular season. And, of course, they're 2-1 here in the 2-0 in postseason play. That's 3 out of every 4 victories. But John Smoltz, I think the Phillies think that they have a chance against John Smoltz. I mean, after all, the last time that John Smoltz beat Philadelphia, it was 1990. And since that time, in 8 starts, he's 0-4 and a rather healthy earned run average.
And Smoltz struggled in the month of September this year, and he has not pitched in 10 days heading into his start tonight. He'll be opposed by the veteran left-hander Danny Jackson. We'll have the first pitch of Game 4 from Atlanta right after this.
Hey, isn't that a Monterey Ranch chicken sandwich?
Yeah, we just brought it back.
Hey, isn't that your wife?
Where?
Ooh, could that dress get any tighter?
It's back. Wendy's Monterey Ranch Chicken Sandwich.
Hey, isn't that Haley's comment?
Creamy ranch dressing with real bacon and Monterey Jack cheese on a whole breast filet. What a combination.
What's my wife doing here?
Where?
2 can play this game.
Wendy's Monterey Ranch Chicken Sandwich. You better buy 2.
Hunger in the United States is at a record level. The best estimates are that there's 30 million people that are hungry in this country. There are many, many infants and young children who suffer from malnutrition. There's just no excuse for that kind of tragedy. What Share Strength does is we get resources to communities so that they can feed more people more effectively. It's going to take a lot to solve hunger in this country.
We're grateful for American Express card member support and helping to provide a meal every time they use the card.
Now till December 31st, use the American Express card to help feed millions of people.
The charge against hunger is a battle that we can win.
Broncos, Cherokees, Pathfinders, any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
Introducing a cereal from Kellogg's. Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Taste them again for the first time.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Buick and your local Buick dealers. Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. AT&T, we help put your world within reach. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
The Atlanta Braves take the field before a sellout crowd here at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. And the starting lineup for Jim Fregosi and the Philadelphia Phillies. Lenny Dykstra leads off in center field. Mickey Morandini batting second at second base. John Kruk, the first baseman, bats third. Dave Hollins is the cleanup hitter at third base. Darren Dalton, the catcher, bats fifth. Jim Eisenreich is in right field batting sixth. Batting seventh, the left fielder, Milt Thompson. Kevin Stocker is the shortstop batting eighth. And Danny Jackson, the pitcher, bats ninth.
The defense for the Atlanta Braves, Ron Gant in left field. Otis Nixon in center field. David Justice, his first hit in yesterday's game, a big one. He'll be in right field. Terry Pendleton has just been terrific the last 2 games. Jeff Blauser at shortstop. Mark Lemke, the other part of that double play tandem. Fred McGriff at first base. Greg Olson behind the plate. This will be his first starting assignment of the series. And John Smoltz, who has been a money pitcher for the Braves in postseasons past. 15-11 this year in 35 starts. And he is 5-0 in postseason play. Also working with us, Jim Gray. Let's go down to Jim and a report. James?
All right, thank you very much. I had a chance to speak to John Smoltz, and he told me that his biggest concern coming off this layoff is that he's going to be too strong and too eager, and that could lead to some control problems in the early innings. Now, he said what he's going to do to combat that is that he's going to take his time in between pitches, and he's not going to rush himself. He says it's like a spring training game almost to him, that it's been that long since he's played. Sean?
Thank you, Jim. We are ready to go. And Lenny Dykstra will lead off. Jim Fregosi says if our offense is going to get going, Lenny Dykstra needs to get going. He's just 3 for 13 in the series. One of his hits a solo home run. That came in game 2, the 14-3 rout. Here's the first pitch of the night from John Smoltz. A fastball low, and we're underway.
Phillies realize that Smoltz has not worked in 10 days, and I think a lot of them will be taking early in the count, realizing, as Jim Gray said, that he will probably be wild.
Ball 2. Smoltz would have been the pitcher in the 1-game playoff had the Braves and San Francisco Giants finished the regular season in a tie. And as a result of that, John thought it automatically followed logically that he would start game 1 of this National League Championship Series since his turn was up. But because he struggled down the stretch and the other starters were hot, Bobby Cox pushed John Smoltz back to game 4. And Smoltz took a couple of days to recover from the disappointment, but he says that's all behind him. But he does have controlled trouble early on as he walks Lenny Dykstra on 4 pitches. It is much cooler than it has been here in Atlanta over the last few days. 60 degrees and on the way down at game time. Less humid than it was yesterday. The breeze blowing at 10 miles per hour across the field from left to right. And we saw the breeze factor in yesterday as several of the balls hit to the outfield got a push.
I don't think the ball, however, will be traveling as well this evening.
Mickey Morandini back in the lineup and at the plate. Dykstra has not attempted a stolen base in this series. And the fastball from Smoltz missed. He's been wide with 5 in a row. Morandini started game 2 against Greg Maddux and went 1 for 5 with a single. A strike. 1-1 on the Philadelphia second baseman. Dykstra stole 37 bases during the regular season. He was thrown out 12 times. 37 steals had him 10th in the National League. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Morandini.
John Smoltz, a power pitcher with the high leg kick. That makes him easy to run on. And also Greg Olson is nursing a sore right shoulder. So I would imagine the Phillies will take advantage of those 2 tonight. And that's why Smoltz is certainly aware of Dykstra being the table setter that he is at first base.
Down to first. Tricky hop, but McGriff stayed with it. And they eliminate Dykstra. The play goes 3-6. McGriff to Blauser. 1 out, and now Morandini is aboard at first. The umpires, Jim Quick behind the plate. He's in his 18th year as a National League umpire, his 4th NLCS. Jerry Crawford at first, Joe West at second, Bruce Fremming at third, Frank Pulley down the left field line, and Terry Tata in right. And the batter is John Kruk, 5 for 11 with a homer and 4 runs batted in the National League Championship Series. 3 of those runs batted in came yesterday when he went 2 for 4 and knocked in 3 of the 4 Philadelphia runs. Morandini stole a base in game 2, one of the 2 stolen bases for the Phillies in this series, and the only one that was contested. They gave Dave Hollins credit for a stolen base yesterday when the Braves let him have second late in the ball game.
Steve Carlton 4-2 in league championship play, and John Smoltz 4-0. Pretty good guy with whom to be tied, and John Smoltz 4 strikeouts behind lefty. I should say 5 strikeouts behind him. Carlton with 39 Ks in league championship series play, and Smoltz with 34. They are 1-2.
No balls and a strike on Kruk, with 1 out and a runner at first, just underway in the top of the first. Fouled away, and after some early control trouble, Smoltz is now finding the strike zone.
Yeah, it takes some time. I mean, you mentioned he hadn't pitched in 10 days, and you can throw on the side all you want, but it's that game competition, especially a game as big as league championship series games. By the way, that leadoff walk that Dykstra drew, that was the first leadoff walk of any inning by the Phillies in this series.
High rider had Kruk ducking out of the way. Jim Fregosi led the Phillies to 97 wins and the National League East title during the regular season. Of course, next year he'll be in the same division with the Atlanta Braves. Under realignment, both the Phillies and Braves will be in the National League East next year. Kruk strikes out, chased a ball out of the strike zone. A high fastball from Smoltz for the second out of the inning and the first strikeout of the night for Smoltz.
That's the one pitch that the Philly hitters want to lay off of. John Smoltz is a high ball pitcher. Right at the letters and tight to John Kruk for the second out.
So 2 outs and a runner at first for Dave Hollins, the switch hitting third baseman, who is 2 for 10 in the series. One of his hits, a 2-run homer off Greg Maddux in game 2. Phillies led the National League in runs scored during the regular season. They averaged 5.5 runs per game in this series. They're at 3.6 runs per game, and a big reason why. Dykstra 3 for 13, Hollins 2 for 10, and Darren Dalton, who is on deck, 1 for 11. Among their big bats, only John Kruk has performed at about the level you might expect or above it.
And the Brave pitchers haven't accommodated them by walking a lot of hitters. Phillies as a group led the National League in walks this year. They led in runs scored, as you said, and Jim Fregosi and his staff looking for a little more offensive output by the Phillies bats.
Morandini, the runner at first. And a foul tip in and out of the mid of Greg Olson. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hollins, who was an all-star for the first time in his career this year. It was just his second season as a full-time starter. Golf foul past Mel Roberts in the first base coach's box. Bobby Cox. In his 12th year as a major league manager, including his time with the Toronto Blue Jays. Went off the field for a couple of years to become the Braves general manager. Said it's much more fun being in uniform and on the field. 2-2 the count on Hollins. Of course, Bobby deserves a lot of the credit for putting this team together while he was general manager. So many of the players who are key parts of this Braves lineup were acquired by Cox. Cox says he doesn't call pitches very often. Ordinarily, the signals that he gives would be for a pitch out. Where did that one miss? That's what Smoltz wanted to know as he started toward the dugout.
That was a different look to Hollins. He had thrown fastball. And with the count 2-2, a couple of splitters were fouled off. And now the breaking ball. And Smoltz wants to know where is that. And so does Bobby Cox. And so does Leo Mazzoni.
Leo said that was strike 3. Now the payoff pitch. And that is strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Smoltz to end the inning. After a half inning, the Phillies nothing, and the Braves coming up.
What tire do you trust in the wet? A tire that removes over 2 gallons of water per second from under the tread. The all-season MX4. Another engineering splash from Michelin. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Hey, MCI friends and family customers, want to see how you could save more with AT&T? Look, most people call the same area code over and over. Well, if you spend $40 a month on long distance, AT&T will give you 25% off our basic prices to that one area code. So if you're a friends and family basic or primetime customer, you could save more with AT&T. Now, write down this number. You'll also get 15% off your other calls, too. So call now and switch. Just another part of the iPlan.
The big game's over, and I'm at Mickey D's when, bam, I start seeing double.
How about 2 double cheeseburgers?
Then, I'm seeing triple.
Maybe 2 triple cheeseburgers.
Man, my head was in a spin. I needed the announcer to clue me in.
Hurry in for McDonald's Double Plays. Get 2 double cheeseburgers for $2, 2 triple cheeseburgers for $3, and a great deal on a triple cheeseburger extra value meal with fries and a Coke Classic.
Thanks.
What you want is what you get.
Y'all are in the right place.
At McDonald's today.
A pioneer in managed health care. A major resource to help fund your child's education. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
The lineup for Bobby Cox and the Atlanta Braves tonight. Otis Nixon leads off in center field. Batting second, the shortstop, Jeff Blauser. Ron Gant hits third and left field. The cleanup hitter is the first baseman, Fred McGriff. Batting fifth at third base, Terry Pendleton. David Justice, the right fielder, hits sixth. Greg Olson gets his first start of the series behind the plate, hitting seventh. Mark Lemke, the second baseman, bats eighth. And the pitcher, John Smoltz, hits ninth against Danny Jackson.
Danny Jackson is a completely different type of pitcher than John Smoltz. Jackson relies on keeping the ball down, where we said Smoltz relies on strikeouts up in the strike zone.
Otis Nixon had his first relatively quiet day in this series yesterday. Turned to bunt when jumping out of the way and took the first pitch from Jackson for strike one. Danny Jackson is 31 years old in his first year with the Phillies. Breaking ball missed inside. 1-1 on Nixon. Went 1 for 5 yesterday. Well, a bunt single after going 5 for 8 in the first 2 games of the series in Philadelphia. Out of play into the stands and right. Jackson is 6 feet 205 pounds from San Antonio, Texas. Makes his home now in the Kansas City area, and Nixon is called out on strikes. He got caught looking at the Jackson fastball.
Number 4, shortstop Jeff Blauser. Danny Jackson so far is matching John Smoltz in velocity. Jackson throwing awfully hard.
Ball 1 low to Jeff Blauser, who is 4 for 13 in the league championship series, including a solo home run off Tommy Green in game 2. Jeff went 2 for 4 yesterday and scored twice, and he is even to count now. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You saw Dave Hollins fouling balls back the other way against John Smoltz, and pitching coaches love it early in the inning, early in the game, to see hitters fouling balls the other way off a power pitcher as they're doing Danny Jackson.
Broken bat pop-up could be a problem. Morandini, a nice running play. He had a long way to go toward the line and made the tumbling catch for the 2nd out of the inning.
So Jackson struck out Nixon on the fastball inside, and now he jams Blauser, and Jeff almost finds a hole, but Morandini was there. A juggle, but he holds it close to the vest, kind of like a poker dealer with a good hand.
Now we know why he came up and showed that he had the ball, because that ball was definitely wobbling around a little bit in the glove.
Yeah.
Ron Gant, the batter. 2 outs and the base is empty. No score in the bottom of the 1st. Jackson misses inside with ball 1 to Gant, who is 4 for 13 in the series. He has driven in 3 runs over the first 3 games. All 3 of those RBIs with 1 hit, a bases loaded double. Morandini will have an easier time of it this time. And the Braves go in order in the 1st. After 1 in Atlanta, no score.
Andre and Michelle, 2 Europeans, are going to tour America and sample the best the new world offers. They'll drive the Buick Park Avenue Ultra, a car with some features they've never seen on European models, with a supercharged engine that can quench even a European's thirst for assertive power. They'll see America in the world's most aptly named car. Ultra from Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
I'm here to play football for the Irish.
Critics are raving about Rudy, an unforgettable real-life Rocky, one of the best movies of the year. Rudy is filled with the pure energy of the human spirit, a moving, emotional experience. When people say dreams don't come true,
I'm ready for this my whole life.
tell them about Rudy. Rated PG. Starts Wednesday in select cities.
1891. Siemens creates apprentice programs to give people the unique skills to build the world's finest precision technology. That was then. This is now. Today in America, Siemens' new training programs prepare a high-tech workforce to handle today's most advanced technologies, like high-quality automation systems to help American industry meet the challenge of the 21st century. Siemens. Precision thinking.
What do this roofer, this sprightly lady, and this hard-charging cowpoke have in common? They all filed for workers' comp.
In your opinion, the system is out of control.
It's out of control.
What's one state doing about false claims? Let's just say someone may be watching. Eye on America investigates tomorrow on the CBS Evening News.
Welcome back to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. No score as we go to the 2nd. The Phillies have Darren Dalton, Jim Eisenreich, and Milt Thompson coming up against John Smoltz. Dalton strides to the plate, just 1 for 11 in the series. His one hit was a single in game 2. Smoltz walked the leadoff man in the first. Dykstra on 4 pitches and then settled down. Wound up striking out the last 2 hitters of the first, Kruk and Hollins. We talked a couple of games ago about Darren Dalton and how for a while he was not particularly a fan favorite in Philadelphia, and it really took him a while to establish himself as one of the premier catchers in all of Major League Baseball, as he certainly is now. As a matter of fact, Jim Fregosi, his manager, calls him the best catcher I've ever managed, and that includes Carlton Fisk. But as recently as 1989, the Phillies reportedly tried to sign Gary Carter. Then they were reported to have pursued Tony Pena and Sandy Alomar Jr. But in 1990, Dalton went out, had a would be a below average year now by his standards, 12 homers, 57 runs batted in, and wound up signing a multi-year contract for multi-million dollars that was criticized at the time. Now it seems like a bargain. With the count 3-0, Smoltz ties his shoe behind the mound.
Well, if he wins this game tonight, he will tie Lefty Gomez for most wins without a loss in postseason play. Lefty Gomez 6-0 for the Yankees from 1932 to 1938. And of course, in those days, no divisional play.
Dalton was taking all the way on 3-0 when he looked at a fastball at the belt for a strike. Smoltz back quickly with the 3-1, and there's ball 4. So for the second time in as many innings, Smoltz has walked the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, the Phillies and Braves had played 28 innings coming into tonight's play, the 1 extra inning game in game 1, and they never had a leadoff walk. And here the first 2 innings of this game, leadoff walks from Smoltz.
And that brings to the plate Jim Eisenreich. 1 for 6 in the series. His one hit was a pinch hit double yesterday, as the Phillies tried to rally in the 9th inning, but came up well short, losing 9-4. He takes the first pitch fastball for a strike. It's the left-handed hitting platoon lineup tonight for Jim Fregosi against the right-hander Smoltz. This lineup is better defensively for Philadelphia and has more speed. Fregosi thinks he gets more offense with the other lineup with Incaviglia and Chamberlain in there. Double play ball, and Eisenreich beat the throw to first. Dalton did a good job taking out Blauser, and it was hit slowly enough to allow Eisenreich to beat it. He runs pretty well.
I think if you're a middle infielder in a situation like this, you want to make sure of one. Notice the soft throw by Lemke, the hard slide by Dalton, and Eisenreich easily safe at first.
And that brings up Milt Thompson.
John, you mentioned the left-handed hitting lineup, and the Phillies certainly employing that tonight. Another reason they're doing that is that right-handed hitters hit .199 against Smoltz this year, the 4th consecutive year that right-handers had batted under .200. So he eats right-handers up, and left-handers give him problems.
Thompson still looking for his first hit of the series. He had .262 during the regular season. He was the starting left fielder in the season opener this year for Philadelphia, and that has been a revolving door position over the last decade plus for the Phillies. Milt was the 11th different left fielder in as many season openers for Philadelphia.
That's when they had Greg Luzinski there in the 70s for a decade, and then when he left, the Phillies had a very difficult time replacing that position.
Before we rattle off the list of names of all the different starting left fielders for the Phillies over the last 11 years, we'll give the folks at home a chance to think about it, see if they can come up with 1 or 2 of them. All right, that's enough time.
Time's up.
Eisenreich bluffed towards second, and Smoltz delivered a ball. 2-1 on Thompson. Well, since 1983, the season opening left fielders for Philadelphia have been Gary Matthews, Glenn Wilson, Jeff Stone, Gary Reedus, Mike Easler, Phil Bradley, Ron Jones, John Kruk, Von Hayes, Wes Chamberlain, and this year Milt Thompson.
You can see Ron Gant over near the line. He's the Brave left fielder, of course. And look at Otis Nixon in center. One of the telling things in this series is Nixon's defensive play. He shades all the left-handers toward left center field and most of the right-handers toward right center field. We mentioned in yesterday's ball game that's an indication of how hard the Brave throwers throw in Smoltz's case, and how much the other pitchers work away to left-handers and to right-handers.
Thompson certainly has all kinds of room in straightaway center field. He goes down the left field line, foul. And in order to play in the outfield as the Braves have, you have to have a guy like Nixon who can cover all kinds of ground. Bobby Cox says Otis Nixon and Devon White are the two best defensive center fielders he has ever seen.
Yeah, you don't want to strap your pitcher and catcher and say don't throw a breaking ball, a pitch that can be pulled more than the fastball. So if they do throw the breaking ball, then you do have a center fielder fleet enough to track down the mistakes.
Eisenreich runs. Gant is playing on top of the line, so he makes the running catch in the bullpen. Eisenreich a little bit slow, realizing that Gant caught it, but he's back to first safely with 2 outs.
Well, Eisenreich went for the decoy then on a foul ball. You may have seen Lonnie Smith do that in Game 7 when he was with the Braves 2 years ago in the 8th inning. But there's where that outfield defense really comes in handy. Ron Gant catches a line drive 10 feet foul, avoiding the bullpen. But look at Eisenreich. He can't find the ball. He doesn't know where it is. And he hurries back to first base. I think had Gant come up throwing, he may have had a play on Eisenreich, but the throw went into second base. But that is remarkable when a left fielder can catch a ball in foul territory, a line drive, a ball with not a lot of hang time, 10 feet foul.
Kevin Stocker, the hitter. 3 of his 4 hits in the series were yesterday. That's a foul ball into the Braves bullpen area. And Gant could do the same thing with Stocker at the plate that he just did on Thompson. Again, he is on top of the line, and again Otis Nixon is well over toward left, although not as dramatically as he was for Thompson. Bobby Cox says the defensive sets are based on charts that the Braves have compiled over the last 3 years, and they go more often than not based on the most recent information, as you might expect, but they go back as far as the last 3 years, analyzing where balls have been hit by the Phillies batters against their pitchers. Eisenreich at first with 2 outs. We're in the top of the second, no score. In Game 4 of the NLCS, the Braves lead 2-1, having pounded the Phillies in the last 2. Out of play. Stocker in the hole, 1-2. Eisenreich back to first. Smoltz struck out 2 in the first. He struck out 208 during the regular season, second in the National League. And he gets Stocker to end the second. After an inning and a half in Atlanta, no score.
cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its smooth draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
But now I'm a man, way past 21.
Someone very special is on that train. That's why you're driving a Buick LeSabre. You love its powerful V6 engine, anti-lock brakes, and steel safety cage body unit. But you bought LeSabre for the dual airbags, one for you and one for that very special person who sits next to you. LeSabre from Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
Go ahead, make a wish. Then share it with your Allstate agent, who knows planning makes wishes come true, and who can outline a life insurance plan to assure family security and college funding and a comfy retirement are in the stars for you. So make your wish and trust it to your Allstate agent, who wants to be your agent for life.
Movie Jam.
I love this place.
It's not a party without the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu.
Don't you have any refreshments around here?
The Value Menu has tasty flame-broiled burgers fixed your way for just 99 cents.
Anything you want.
Almost. Like, can you get with a $1.99 croissant sandwich combo?
No problem.
And a Whopper Value Meal for only $2.99 every day. You know who we're doing it for.
For me.
Check your Burger King Value Menu for their everyday low prices.
We all gonna shoot over to Burger King.
Burger King?
Try the new Everyday Value Menu.
Just the jam.
Hey, you kids! Get off the field!
Catch actor Matt Dillon and comedian George Miller on Late Show with David Letterman, Monday.
Through an inning and a half here in Atlanta. Danny Jackson worked a 1-2-3 first, and he'll face Fred McGriff, Terry Pendleton, and David Justice in the second. Jackson in with strike one to McGriff, who was picked up right where he left off in the regular season in this series, 6 for 14 with a homer and 3 runs batted in. He was 2 for 4 yesterday. He's in the hole here, 0-2. Jackson faced the Braves in the postseason last year while pitching for the Pittsburgh Pirates in the NLCS. And it's not a pleasant memory for him. In game 2, he was the starter and lasted only an inning and 2/3. He departed, having surrendered 4 runs, and the Braves went on to win the ball game. Then he did not pitch again in the series that went 7 in the hole. Base hit. Fred McGriff, a bounding ball single just past the dive of Mickey Morandini, and that's the first hit of the ball game.
Danny Jackson gets so low when he releases the ball that often his left arm will hit his right shin when he finishes. Watch. For that reason, he wears a sponge on his right shin, because back in 1988, he came up with a nerve disorder in the underbelly of his forearm, and that caused a tingling sensation in his forefinger and middle finger on his left hand. So that's the reason he wears that sponge on his shin.
Terry Pendleton, the batter. Like McGriff, he comes to the plate for the first time tonight, 6 for 14 in the series. Terry leads all players in this series with 5 runs batted in. 2 of those came yesterday when he went 2 for 4, and he also scored 2 runs. Fly ball to left. Milt Thompson has room. 1 out. Danny Jackson, with his appearance tonight for the Phillies, has now appeared in postseason play with 4 different teams, tying the major league record among pitchers, Doyle Alexander and Jeff Reardon, the other 2 who have pitched in the postseason with 4 different ball clubs.
The interesting thing about those pictures is John Smoltz was traded for Doyle Alexander from Detroit back in 1987, and Alexander went over to the Tigers, was 9-0, helped them win the Eastern Division of the American League.
course, Jeff Reardon's fourth team with which he pitched in the postseason, the Atlanta Braves last year. Jimmy Williams, the third base coach, flashes the signs for Justice and McGriff. No score, bottom of the second. One out and McGriff at first, and the 0-1 to Justice. A bounding ball and a base hit. McGriff will stop at second as Eisenreich got to it quickly. And David Justice has his second hit of the NLCS. That will bring up Greg Olson, and here's Doug Drabeck's scouting report on Greg.
Greg Olson. You need to keep the ball down on him. He likes to pitch away so he can get extended, so you need to use both sides of the plate, and you also need to use a good amount of breaking balls.
I think a double play situation, it'll be the first thing that Doug said, fastball down and away.
That's where Dalton set up, and Jackson hit the target for strike one on Olson, who's batting for the second time in the series. He appeared in game one and had a double in the 10th inning. He hit .225 during the regular season. To shallow center, and Dykstra made the catch. And he appeared to have a tough time judging the ball for a couple of seconds. Then he came on to make the catch. 2 down.
One thing a catcher doesn't want to do with the runner at second base is set up too early. And Dalton is very, very shrewd behind the plate. He'll give the sign, get on his toes on the balls of the feet, and when Jackson is ready to deliver the ball, and only then will he move to where he wants it. Otherwise, the runner at second base will give away location to the hitter. It's all right with no runners on second, but with that runner out there, there are many ways to give away location to the hitter.
A bullet by Lemke and a fair ball down the left field line. McGriff comes around to score. Justice will be stopped at third. It's a double for Mark Lemke and a 1-0 Atlanta lead.
Jim Fregosi out to talk to left field umpire Frank Pulley, possibly saying that ball was a foul ball, but it appeared to me that that ball was fair easily. About 1.5 feet fair.
It was definitely fair.
Watch Jimmy Williams come right to the bag and hold David Justice there. Otherwise, you get a left fielder and a relay man to throw behind the runner, as the Phillies tried to do.
Well, the only thing that Fregosi could be arguing, it would appear, was whether or not it was a fair ball or a foul ball. Frank Pulley did give kind of a strange call because he was trying to get out of the way. And maybe Fregosi was saying you had your back turned, and that's what he's arguing. He's pointing in two directions at the same time, and his first indication was with the left-hand foul, but Frank got it right. It's a double for Lemke.
It was definitely a fair ball, but when an umpire throws up both hands, often that will mean that it's a foul ball, and that's what Fregosi was, not often, always. So I think Pulley, trying to get away from the ball in his haste, just threw up both arms in self-defense, and Jim is saying, hey, you called it a foul ball. But clearly that ball was fair.
And Smoltz is the batter. Well, ordinarily, the umpire would point fair ball along the left field line with his left hand, but ordinarily he'd be facing home plate. Unfortunately for Pulley, because he got spun around, he was facing the outfield fence when he made the call. Smoltz fouls it away to the right. Of course, the only thing that might have caused a problem by raising both arms is if the fielders had stopped thinking it was a foul ball, but Milt Thompson never stopped. He kept sprinting after the ball.
And there's Pulley saying he's pointing left, and that's what Fregosi was saying, and now he points right. That's one of the few times that too many umpires are bad in postseason play. That would have been a very simple call had you only had a third base umpire. He simply turns around and calls it fair. But because of Pulley trying to get out of the way of it, a confusion existed.
It has been a very well umpired series. The 1-2 to Smoltz. Fastball high. Well, Danny Jackson couldn't survive the second inning in his LCS start for Pittsburgh against Atlanta last year, and now he's in trouble here in the second inning of this ball game. 1 run in, 2 more in scoring position with 2 outs, and a 2-2 count on Smoltz. And that's just outside. Full count now with Otis Nixon waiting on deck. Payoff pitch. Strike 3. Smoltz thought it was ball 4 and started toward first, but Jackson has his second strikeout of the night. 1 run for Atlanta in the second.
See that little black square on your Buick Park Avenue's key? It's worth a lot of money because it can save you a substantial amount on auto insurance. It's an electronic device that activates your ignition. You can drive your car, but a would-be thief cannot. You won't find this feature on Mercedes or Lexus. You will find it on Park Avenue. From Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
My wife asked me for a diamond, so naturally I went to True Value, where the guy got me the right brush, roller, all the right stuff. He even kidded me. Paint it and he will come, he said. Will he ever face a big league hitter? Who knows? But judging from the drool on his chin, I'd be waiting on the spitball.
Diet Dr. Pepper, the taste you've been looking for.
You're unbelievable. You're so unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
A thank you message from Major League Baseball.
Tonight's overhead shots are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. And at the controls tonight is pilot Jim Maloney from Vienna, Virginia. Hi, Jim. We'd mention the other fellow's name, but we don't know who he is. So sorry.
Jim and his pal.
Jim and his pal. We'll try to get that information for later on so we can say hello to both of them. Bob Rosedale is Jim's buddy. And Danny Jackson is the leadoff hitter. Smoltz hit the inside corner. Jackson in search of his first ever postseason hit. He's the only right-handed hitter in the Philadelphia starting lineup tonight. All the others either left-handed hitters or switch hitters batting from the left side against Smoltz. Very good looking cut by Danny Jackson, but he missed it. 1-2.
Swing hard in case you hit it.
Philosophy Smoltz undoubtedly employs from time to time on the golf course. John Smoltz is a 4 handicap golfer. Jackson whiffs. 4th strikeout for Smoltz. This is game 4. Tomorrow's game 5, an afternoon contest. First pitch 3:07 Eastern time. We're on the air with Baseball 93 at 3 o'clock. And if games 6 and 7 are necessary, they'd be Wednesday and Thursday at Philadelphia. The game time Wednesday to be determined. It depends on whether or not the American League Championship Series is over. If it is, Wednesdays will be a night game. Lenny Dykstra with a very high pop-up. And it's several rows back behind the Atlanta dugout.
Jim Fregosi telling us tonight before the game that the only thing that he can see with Lenny Dykstra is that he's been opening up on his swings. See how the front side of the body leaves a little bit too early? That front shoulder is a good guide for hitters, and often they try to point that shoulder right back to the pitcher. That's a way of getting out of that nuance. But Dykstra, with that open stance, it's more often than not, hitters with open stances have a tendency to pull that front side out of there because their front side's out of there to begin with.
A ball and a strike on Dykstra. Mickey Morandini is on deck. 1-0 Atlanta in the top of the third. Sharp ground ball and a base hit. Dykstra has his 4th hit of the series. A 1-out single to right here in the third.
Second baseman Mickey Morandini. And the first Philly hit, similar to the spot that Justice and McGriff hit their grounders in the bottom of the second.
Now Mickey Morandini, who reached on the fielder's choice in the first. And he was stranded at first. Well, the Phillies really need to get something going and make
I was
something
thinking the
happen.
same thing.
Would
Absolutely.
think Dykstra would try to run here eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometime during this at bat. Remember, we said before game 1 that they could not stand toe-to-toe with the Braves and expect to win.
Morandini off the foot of Smoltz. It caromed into foul ground. Smoltz appears to be fine. He's not limping as he chased it into foul territory. It's a hit for Morandini. Dykstra to second on the play, first and second and 1 out, and they'll check on the well-being of John Smoltz.
I think it hit the heel of John Smoltz after that remark of standing toe-to-toe with the Braves. Nice segue by Morandini.
And a skate save by Smoltz.
It was off the right heel, and that's a pretty firm part of the foot, and it appears John's all right. There's a hard part of the shoe, obviously right around the sole, and with pitchers, the pitcher has the hard part of his shoe primarily to push off of, and that's in the toe. It's a reinforced toe for all pitchers' shoes. If they're right-handers, the right shoe, left-handers the other one. He appears to be all right.
He was walking around flexing his ankle a little bit, but didn't appear to be limping, and he's going to get a couple of warm-up tosses to make sure he's okay. And as they check on Smoltz, we'll check the National Football League final scores from this afternoon. Giants pummeled Washington, keeping them on their downward slide. Philly suffered its first loss. Dan Marino might be out for the year with an Achilles injury suffered in Miami's win over Cleveland. The New England Patriots got their first win of the Bill Parcells era. Smoltz will continue, and he'll work next to John Kruk, who struck out swinging at a high fastball back in the first. Braves lead 1-0. The Phillies batting in the third. And Smoltz wants a new ball. We had the breeze listed at 10 miles per hour, but time to time there are gusts much more considerable than that. And we noted earlier the ball really got aided yesterday when it was hitting the air to the outfield, including the home run hit by Kruk. Looked like it was going to be a routine fly ball, but it kept going, wound up back in the seats. When the ball was in the air, Ron Gant thought he had a chance to catch it. He was stunned that the ball was well back into the left field bleacher. Phillies hitting under 200 in this series with runners in scoring position. Good breaking ball fooled Kruk, who tried to check a swing, but it was much too late. A ball and a strike. on the son of Kaiser, West Virginia. Inside corner around the knees, and once again Smoltz is ahead of Kruk.
John thought that ball was inside. We'll see. Looked like a corner there.
Jim Quick might have had an argument either way. The 1-2 in the dirt. And blocked by Olson. Olson excellent at blocking balls in the dirt. The big reason why he handles Smoltz, who throws so many in the dirt. Smoltz with 13 wild pitches this year, third most in the league, and of course we watched him on court 2 during his stint in the All-Star game.
Yeah, he led the National League in wild pitches 3 years in a row, third this year.
2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 men on with 1 out. 1-0 Atlanta in the third. And Kruk goes down, swing again, this time on the breaking ball. 2 strikeouts in the inning and 5 already for John Smoltz. That'll bring up Dave Hollins, and here's what Doug Drabick told us about Hollins.
Dave Hollins, switch hitter with power, equal power from both sides. He's a patient hitter, which makes him a good RBI man, and he will crush mistakes up in the zone.
Up in the zone and out over the plate. Dave Hollins, like a lot of power hitters, they like to extend their arms.
There's a ball in the dirt, and the Braves caught a break. It hit the home plate umpire Jim Quick after it bounced behind Olson, and that prevented it, it appeared from our vantage point, from going to the backstop.
You could see that look of wonderment on the face of Greg Olson, saying, how did that happen? Matter of fact, Sean, you mentioned the all-star wild pitches. Guess who the catcher was? Darren Dalton. 6th inning. Matter of fact, 2 wild pitches during the all-star game.
Juan Gonzalez. There it is. It got through Dalton. That was the first pitch Smoltz threw upon entering the ball game. So Smoltz has made a skate save in this inning, and Jim Quick just made a pad save. A lot of tension on goaltending in this city last year when Manon Rhéaume became the first female to play professional hockey right here in Atlanta. The goaltender. Well hit and a foul ball. And Hollins behind in the count, 1-2. He struck out swinging his first time up. Smoltz has given up 2 hits in the inning. He's on the verge, perhaps, of his 3rd strikeout in this frame. It's in the dirt. Another good block by Olson.
See, if a pitcher doesn't have confidence that a catcher can block those pitches, what happens is he doesn't throw it with enough bite. But Smoltz, realizing that Olson is excellent on that ball in the dirt, is free to deliver the pitch with flexibility and throw it the way he normally would with nobody on. Got an awful lot of confidence in Greg Olson.
The Phillies could desperately use a big hit to ignite their offense. They won't get it from Hollins. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Smoltz. And the Phillies have already stranded 4. 1-0 Atlanta after 2.5.
This year during the World Series, Budweiser will bring you the game within the game. The Budweiser World Series Classic. To play, go to your favorite store, look for this sign, and pick up an official game card. Then catch the Budweiser Classic play during each game of the World Series. Each one's worth $100,000. Who knows? You could make the greatest play of the series.
Nice catch.
to attack the courses. You've got to master the machinery. You've got to use all your resources.
It's not really that difficult to earn the name Goodwrench.
All it takes is all you've got.
Goodwrench, raising the standards of performance on the track and in your GM dealership.
What do you mean I can't do that?
Please, don't pull that on me now.
I'm pressing enter.
You're the computer. You tell me where the file is.
Huh?
Don't just sit there blinking.
Enter. I'm gonna give this to you, but I want it back.
The idea of talking to a computer is certainly not a new one.
Open status report.
Getting a response certainly is. The new Desk Pro with business audio from Compaq.
When Harlan takes the stand, will there be justice for all?
I'm a simple country doctor.
Doesn't he just give you goosebumps?
That's why I wear this long robe.
Evening shade. Then Mom and Dad are stepping out.
If you'd like to wait in the bar.
Dave, let's just go get a burger.
No, my wife did not shave her legs for a burger.
All new Dave's World after Evening Shade Monday.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Oldsmobile. O'Doul's from Anheuser-Busch premium beer taste without the alcohol, and by the Mutual of Omaha Companies.
With 6 strikeouts tonight, John Smoltz now has 40 strikeouts in his career in League Championship Series play. That is a National League record. Only Nolan Ryan and Jim Palmer have more strikeouts in League Championship Series play than John Smoltz.
He has been their man in postseason. As a matter of fact, the last 3 years, or the last 2 years, we talked about how he is 5-0, and he has been the Game 7 pitcher in 3 postseason series. The National League Championship Series in '91, the World Series in '91, and the LCS last year.
Danny Jackson working to the top of the order in the 3rd. The Braves bat with a 1-0 lead, and Otis Nixon up there with a count of 0-2. Jackson struck out Nixon, leading off the Atlanta first. Danny gave up a run on 3 hits last inning. Nixon, then Blauser and Gant due up here in the 3rd. Breaking ball down and in. 6 strikeouts for Smoltz. He's only given up 1 hit. 2 hits rather. One of them off his foot. Nixon fouls it straight back and out of play. Of course, it still remains a question as to whether or not Otis Nixon will be a Brave next year. The option year in his contract is next year, and it's Otis's option. For a while he said he wanted to be traded earlier this year. Now he's talking about returning, even if it is apparent that Deion Sanders will be the starting center fielder next year. Otis has his home in the Atlanta area, has a business here. He'd like to stay. He's out. On the bouncing ball to short. At the conclusion of tonight's game, Tim McCarver and I will select the Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the game. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in the player's name to the Special Olympics.
Most famous play in Atlanta history, Sid Bream scoring the winning run. Mike LaValliere, the Pirate catcher, as the Braves scored 3 in the bottom of the 9th to beat Pittsburgh last year.
Jeff Blauser hit the little pop-up out in a shallow right, the ball in which Mickey Morandini made a nice tumbling catch in the 1st inning. They appeal down to first, and that's a strike, says Jerry Crawford, prompting a big groan from the assembled throng here at Atlanta Fulton County.
Yeah, Jerry Crawford's not looking at the crowd over there. He's looking into the Atlanta dugout. I don't know. It didn't look like Blauser went around to me.
I would concur. Good pitch outside corner around the knees. 1-2 on Blauser. And Bobby Cox didn't think it was a swing either. Bobby Cox said Ralph Houck was his favorite manager among those that he played for because Ralph treated everybody well. I think that's a good description of Bobby Cox. Universally popular for the way he treats people. 3-2 the count. Broken bat, bouncing ball foul, and Blauser will need a new weapon. The count still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Leo Mazzoni in mid-game rocking form in the Braves dugout.
Tough to rock with your hands on your knees like that, though. Usually Leo has that rocking motion when he's sitting up.
Breaking ball, bounce foul, still 3-2 on Blauser. You mentioned that he is an avid Notre Dame football fan, also a very big fan of the Boston Celtics. And many times over the winter, John Kruk will head over to Mazzoni's home just across the West Virginia border into Maryland, and they'll barbecue late into the night, have a couple of beverages, and watch the Celtics on TV. Blauser walks. We told you about that memorable moment. Sid Bream, the most memorable moment in Atlanta baseball history.
He back to the 2-0, now the 2-1. Line drive and a base hit. Justice has scored the tying run. Bream to the plate. And he is safe at the plate. The Braves go to the World Series.
This year, just going to the World Series won't be good enough for Atlanta. They've been there twice without winning, and to a man, they say that the season won't be complete if they don't win it all this year. There is Sid Bream in the background, more or less relegated to the role of spectator these days with the arrival of Fred McGriff. Ron Gant is the batter. Blauser at first with 1 out. Following the first walk of the night issued by Jackson. Earlier this year, Sid Bream, who's had 5 knee operations, had a foot race with Damon Berryhill, arguably the 2 slowest Braves. Before a game against Colorado, they had a 30-yard dash, which Bream won. And Sid said, yes, it was more meaningful to him than scoring the winning run in Game 7.
Sure.
Yeah. I didn't believe that either. Gant looked at a ball just inside. Ron popped to second, ending the first inning. And he's heard trade rumors that he won't be around next year. He says he has mixed feelings about that. He's had some good times in Atlanta, but also some bad. It depended on what the options were. They are eventually going to have to start finding room for some of their young players like Tony Tarasco and Ryan Klesko, Javier Lopez and Chipper Jones. Name just a few. That's a swing, says Jim Quick.
Looked like he went around on that one. Gant may not have intended to, but it looked like he went too far. That was called by home plate umpire Jim Quick. We'll take another look at it. Oh, yeah. Oh, not even close. Ronnie kind of peeking back at Jim Quick as if to say, you saw that, huh? And he did.
It was a quick call and the correct one. And Gant fouls one off his foot. Still 2-2. We're in the bottom of the third. The Braves lead 1-0. They scored last inning on a 2-out RBI double down the left field line by Mark Lemke. It knocked in Fred McGriff.
And it's unusual in that the Phillies are playing straight away for a pull hitter against a left-handed pitcher. Dykstra in center field playing straight away, and Gant a dead pull hitter.
And Dalton sets up inside. Gant pops it foul, out of play to the right.
Ron Gant had 99 hits to left field this year. He had only 19 to right field. So Dykstra, in my opinion, should be to left center. Look at the alignment. Here's Ronnie Gant right here. 99 to left, 26 to center, 19 to right, and 20 infield hits.
A double play ball booted, but fortunately for Stalker, he kicked it in the direction of Morandini. So they got the one out at second on Jeff Blauser. And there's another play that won't go into the books as an error against Philadelphia, but one that is potentially costly.
Especially with the big part of the order coming up. Booted by Stalker, but booted in the right direction as Morandini simply picks it up to get Blauser. A kind hop for the Phillies.
Fred McGriff, the batter. And he waits as Gant drew a throw. McGriff singled leading off last inning, and he scored the only run in this game. He is now 7 for 15 in the series. Jackson in with strike one.
Fred McGriff, we talked about Ron Gant. Now look at Fred McGriff. Where Gant is a pull hitter, McGriff uses all parts of the field in which to hit.
Jackson missed away. 1-1 on the Crime Dog. Gant, the runner at first, with good speed. He's held on by Kruk with 2 outs in the third. 1-0 Atlanta. Jim Fregosi says Danny Jackson has done exactly what the Phillies hoped he would do when they traded for him. That is, provide them with a veteran left-hander who could pitch 200 innings or more. Danny pitched 210 innings during the regular season. Over 200 for the 5th time in his career. He went 12-11, but Fregosi said the bullpen blew a few, and he could have had 15 or 16 wins. McGriff chops one foul, 2-2.
Danny throwing awfully hard tonight. He is what hitters refer to as a one-speed pitcher. That doesn't mean he throws all fastballs, but his breaking pitch is a slider, and a slider is not an off-speed pitch. It's often thrown as hard as the fastball, and certainly in Jackson's case, that's the case.
And runs, and McGriff fouled one off Dalton.
Looked like the left bicep of Darren Dalton.
Well, then it didn't hurt because
that's right.
There's plenty of padding there.
Talk about put together. Players say, some of the Philly players say that pound for pound, Darren Dalton is the strongest guy in the National League. I think it went off the back of the hand and then the upper part of the left knee. The knee is protected now with that other flap over the knee. That did not used to be the case in shin guards 20 years ago. Darren appears to be all right.
The 2-2 with Gant running is ball 3. Dalton's throw, a good one, and Gant is caught stealing. Braves still have not stolen a base in this series, and we'll return to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
How much romance can you stand?
So where's it taking you? To down.
How much passion can you take?
Corn nuts. Okay.
Northern Exposure is for lovers, all new Monday.
It's been voted the best hour on television.
Was he holding a knife?
when you shot him.
Emmy's best drama.
The defendant is the mayor of the town.
Emmy's best actor.
I will not call it self-defense.
Emmy's best actress.
You seem to be taking this very personally.
The shocking season premiere, Picket Fences, Friday, October 22nd.
This is CBS.
Ron Burke, sports, part of the Channel 10 news team, weeknights at 11.
Far spacious skies, far amber waves of grain, far purple mountain majesties. Wait a minute. I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done shed his grace on thee. He crowned thy good. Yes, he did. Heavy brotherhood from sea to shining seas. Oh, Lord. I thank you, Lord.
Over 1.5 million Americans have turned to us for a healthier way of life. U.S. Healthcare, a health plan for living.
Welcome back to Fulton County Stadium. John Smoltz, the Braves pitcher, was hit on his right heel by a ball in the last half inning. Well, he spent most of the time with Dave Pursley, the Braves trainer, who told us that his right heel is now very sore, and he was limping most of the time throughout the dugout. And before he went back out to the game, he went back in. They decided not to take the shoe off for fear that it would swell up, but he has a very, very sore right heel. Could cause him problems as the game goes on. Sean?
Thank you, Jim. Smoltz' first pitch of the fourth, a ball high to Darren Dalton, who walked his first time up, so he's still 1 for 11 in the series. 1-0 Atlanta as the Phillies bat with Dalton, Eisenreich, and Thompson to hit against Smoltz.
I'm saying this kind of half in jest. I mean, Darren Dalton gets hit twice with the catcher's equipment on, and Jim doesn't do a report on him. He does it on Smoltz.
Spoken like a former catcher.
That's right.
Dalton has now thrown out all 3 Braves who have tried to steal in this series, and Ron Gant had been 11 for 11 in stolen bases in his career in the postseason. Prior to the caught stealing moments ago, Lemke didn't get it there in time, and that will likely be the first Atlanta error of this league championship series. And a rare misplay by Lemke. Ordinarily, he eats that one up.
The ball stayed down on him. It hits the heel of the glove and crawls up the arm and has enough hang time. When it finally comes down, Dalton, who is a fast runner, before the knee operations, he used to be a very fast runner, but he beats it rather easily. So an error on Mark Lemke, the first Brave error of the series.
And the batter is Eisenreich, who reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. Dalton will run occasionally. He had 5 stolen bases without being caught during the regular season, and in 1992 he stole 11. You're right, way back when he could really run. Once upon a time, 1983 in the minors with Reading, he had 28 stolen bases. But he's had 6 knee operations and will likely have a 7th when the year is over.
All operations on his left knee.
Prior to tonight, the Phillies had been having difficulty in this series getting the lead man on, but not tonight. This is the 3rd time in 4 innings they've had the first man on, but it hasn't helped them to this point. Smoltz has shut them out through the first 3 innings. The last pitch to Eisenreich, 89 miles per hour. The 1-2. Well hit to left, but right at Gant. That will bring up Milt Thompson. Here's Drabek's scouting report on Thompson.
Milt Thompson, good low ball hitter. You need to locate your fastball in and out on him. Changeup and curveball are effective pitches on him, and he has some pop.
Low ball hitter, high ball pitcher. So a tough assignment for Milt Thompson.
Bounce down the line. That's a fair ball. Heading toward the bullpen. A long run for Justice to get to it. Dalton is being waved around. Now stopped at the last moment. And Thompson has run up his back. They get away with it. Larry Bowa with a very late stop sign. And Dalton really struggled to put on the brakes. He was a long way around third. And as a result, Thompson, thinking Dalton was going to try it, went about halfway between second and third before retreating to second in a hurry.
Well, this is the luxury a third base coach has with the runner at first base. Rounding the bag on a ball hit down the line behind the runner. Dalton thinking about scoring, and look how far up the line Bowa is. He realizes there won't be a play at third base, so he waves Dalton back, and Thompson, alertly looking up to see Dalton stop, retreats to second.
So now the tying run is at third and the go-ahead run at second for Philadelphia with 1 out and the number 8 hitter Stocker up. Undoubtedly, with first base open, they'll work very carefully to Stocker. The pitcher Jackson on deck. Stocker struck out swinging in the second inning.
They may go up the ladder on Kevin and try to get a pop-up out of him. Just throwing fastballs out of the strike zone up.
The infield is back for Atlanta. And the count 1-1 on Stocker.
Of course, on the other hand, if you pitch around Kevin Stocker and Danny Jackson makes an out, well, then you have Lenny Dykstra to hit with the bases loaded. So I think going after Stocker right here, just one-on-one's the proper play.
Well, as Jim Fregosi said yesterday, he very rarely pitches around the number 8 hitter because, as he says, the guy's hitting 8th for a reason.
That's right.
And if you pitch around the number 8 hitter and then face the pitcher, you've cleared the pitcher. So you don't have to worry about him leading off in the next inning, doing the other team a favor in that regard. Down the line, foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Stocker.
Plus, you take into consideration that Kevin Stocker has only 70 games of experience in the major leagues. In a situation like this, you understand he's probably trying too hard. Vulnerable ball out of the strike zone. I think you'll see Smoltz go to the split finger fastball here and try to get Stocker to swing at a bad pitch.
He is way up on the bat handle now. The 2-2 pitch. In the air to left. Dalton is tagging. Gant the catch. And Dalton scores. Philadelphia has tied the game at 1. The sacrifice fly for Kevin Stocker, his first ever postseason RBI.
And a fine job by Stocker. He got the fastball and drives it deep enough to left field to score Darren Dalton. Good job by Kevin Stocker.
And the Phillies capitalize on the Lemke error that opened the inning, allowing Dalton to reach. It'll be an unearned run charged to Smoltz. And now the go-ahead run is still at second with 2 outs for Jackson, who struck out swinging the last inning. Will come around to score, And the Phillies take a 2-1 lead on a single by the pitcher, Danny Jackson. You saw his first time up. Jackson never had a hit in the postseason prior to tonight.
But a big one here. A 38 hopper up the middle, and it eludes Jeff Blauser. Thompson scores, and the Phillies take the lead.
Danny Jackson hit .077 during the regular season. He only drove in 2 runs in the regular season, but he has just knocked in the go-ahead run, and the Phillies lead 2-1. He was 0 for 11 lifetime in the postseason prior to that hit. Now Dykstra, who walked in the first and singled to right in the third. Breaking ball in for a strike from Smoltz. The 0-1 is in the dirt.
You could see from that camera shot from center field, Smoltz gripping the split finger fastball.
A lot of dirt on his pitching hand. Breaking ball had Lenny skipping out of the way.
Pitchers use that rosin, and sometimes they use a pine tar on the bat. They get it on their hands and stuff like that. I mean, they don't do it intentionally, but that rosin, dirt adheres to that rosin, and that's why their hands are dirty. They like that, though. If their hands are dirty, the balls are dirty, and they're tougher to see.
Bounced into right field. Jackson had to hold up to avoid being hit by the ball. So Jim Fregosi said before the game tonight, we need Lenny Dykstra to get it going, and he has. He's been on base 3 times, and he's 2 for 2.
He hits this one identically where he hit his first one, and the diving Lemke can't get to it.
All runs scored in this inning will be unearned as a result of the Lemke error. But Smoltz hasn't helped himself since. He has given up 3 hits here in the 4th. Phillies have 5 for the game now. They lead 2-1 and threatening to add to it.
And remember, John Smoltz hasn't beaten the Phillies since 1990. He has started 8 times since then. And it's appropriate to repeat that he's 0-4 with an earned run average over 6.5 in that 3.5-year period.
What's interesting with all the success that the Braves have had the last 2 years plus, really 3 years when you include this one, that the media in this area and the fans seem to want to find things that are wrong with the team or with the individual players. We'll talk more about that later as Morandini lifts a pop-up. Caught by Nixon to end the inning. 2 unearned runs for Philadelphia in the 4th. And after 3.5, the Phillies now lead 2-1.
They say good pitching beats good hitting any day. The Achieve a Special Edition by Oldsmobile. Check out this slow curve. How about a backdoor slider? Here comes one all loaded up. Yeah, and here comes the money pitch. It's your call.
With each new day, you find a way to be your best.
Gillette Sensor for the closest, safest shave ever.
You know you gotta be a little better than the rest.
Only Sensor has spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to every detail of every face. Gillette Sensor, together with Gillette Shaving Gel, with advanced lubricants for an incredibly smooth shave.
Gillette, the best of men you get.
At the Mutual of Omaha Companies, we understand that change is a natural part of life. So it's only natural that as your family changes, the way you protect them should too. Mutual of Omaha. Life insurance to protect your changing world.
Hey, here's your din-din, big fella, huh? Yeah. Here's Daddy's din-din.
Once you get a look at those 2 all-beef patties.
No, this is Daddy's. Would you try
That
some
special sauce, lettuce, cheese piled fresh and hot on that sesame seed bun. You've gotta have a Big Mac.
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
This game summary is sponsored by Budweiser.
Mark Lemke drove in the first run of the game with an RBI double that scored Fred McGriff in the second, but then Lemke's error opened the door for 2 unearned runs for Philadelphia in the fourth, and the Phils lead 2-1 as the Braves get ready to bat against Danny Jackson in the home half of the fourth on a cool night at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Middle third of the order, McGriff, Pendleton, and Justice coming up for the Braves. And McGriff scored the Atlanta run in the second. When he started that inning with a single, he scored on the Lemke double. Have we seen a graphic like that come up in this series with Fred McGriff hitting less than .350 against anyone? It's a towering fly to center. And Dykstra made the catch relatively awkwardly. Either that or it's a new wrinkle on the Ricky Henderson, Barry Bonds snatch catch.
Maybe it's a quasi
catch.
The quasi snatch right here. Whoops. I don't think that was a quasi snatch. I think that was a defensive catch.
We mentioned Barry Bonds, and most think that he'll win the MVP, but Lenny Dykstra is certainly a candidate. Should Lenny win it, it's worth $200,000 in his contract to him, but if he finishes second, he'll still get $150,000. My guess is that Bonds will win it, and Dykstra and McGriff would be 2 and 3 in some order.
And Gann and Justice 4 and 5, somewhere in there.
Pendleton rips one to left on the dead run. Thompson, and it's over his head. Pendleton on his way to second, and the throw is just late. A one-out stand-up double for Terry Pendleton, his 7th hit in 4 games in this series.
Terry Pendleton led the Braves in home runs in September, and he is extending his September. He has really played well in all 4 games, defensively and offensively, and he doubles with 1 out. Looked like the ball hit the base of the wall. It was played very nicely by Milt Thompson, but Pendleton with a double.
Pendleton playing well despite injuring his lower abdominal muscles, diving for that game-winning hit by Kim Batiste in game 1. Justice, a little pop-up. Hollins has to hurry, but he's there, and he makes the catch. Pendleton went back to tag, but he won't try it, as Jackson alertly covered third. And now they're 2 away, and the tying run still at second.
Notice sometimes when a fielder is running like that, the eyes bob up and down, and that's the difficulty involved with a play when you're running that awkwardly in foul territory.
Greg Olson. Fly to center. His first time up. Stocker tried to sneak in behind Pendleton. You mentioned Terry's hot streak, and Bobby Cox told us before the game tonight Pendleton is playing as well as he has all year right now. Of course, he had under 160 in the month of April. All kinds of complaints about his weight, that it might have been a problem. Terry said, as my average went up, the questions about my weight went down. He admitted he didn't show up to spring training in very good shape. He's the tying run at second with 2 outs in the fourth. 2-1 Phillies. And the 0-1 Olson is a breaking ball for a borderline strike 2, and Olson didn't like it.
It was a slider in on the hands, and I think Greg thought it was inside, but it was close. Looked like it caught the corner. Maybe he thought it was down.
Or both.
It wasn't inside.
The 0-2. Fastball away, and Olson wouldn't chase it. Only 130 for Olson with 2 outs and runners on base this year. That was the worst such average in the National League. Strike 3. He was frozen by the fastball. Third strikeout and a big one for Danny Jackson. After 4, 2-1 Philadelphia.
I don't say this to many people, but the job we do is the most important job I can think of.
Okay, guys, listen up.
I mean, there's no such thing as a B-plus mechanic on this airline.
Let's do it. Let's go.
Even the most junior mechanic can keep an airplane in this hangar if there's a hint of a problem. You might think a job like this would become routine, but every now and then, I just take a walk through the terminal, and right there, you see what's important.
Before you buy a new car, consider the comfort. Consider the quiet. Consider the power. Consider the fit and the finish. But most importantly, before you buy a new car, consider these options. The Chevy S-Series, so new from the inside out, everything else is history.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, you know, sir, it is a privilege to be working for someone so intelligent and forceful and giving and kind. You're warm.
What's wrong with the presentation? You forgot to change the figures?
Yes, I did.
If you talk to Ellen, the hired concierge, she can get some new acetates made for the presentation.
Ellen's great.
Copy them, collate them, and have them in the conference room by 4. And you can continue to be fawning, bootlicking, and employed.
That's fair.
Who'd have thought you could change the presentation of a lifetime at a moment's notice?
Great tie, sir.
I hate it.
I hate it too, sir.
Hyatt, we've thought of everything.
Of all the credit cards out there, only one has Smart Rate, now as low as 14.9%, and no annual fee. Discover Card. It's a better deal. It pays to discover.
When a drifter without a past meets 9 kids who need a coach, could a miracle make their dreams come true? Burt Reynolds, Reba McEntire, the man from left field, Friday.
Welcome back to Fulton County Stadium. I'm Jim Gray. I'm now joined by former President Jimmy Carter. And President Carter, how long have you been a Braves fan?
Well, ever since I came to Atlanta, and before that, we used to go out and watch the Class AAA teams, and we had a Class D team down home in Sumter County.
You actually had an exhibition game when you were running for president against the Braves, didn't you?
Well, the whole team came down to Plains to see me and Billy play. My brother Billy pitched for one softball team, and I pitched for the other. And that summer, the Braves weren't doing very well. In fact, we drew more fans than the Braves did, as a matter of fact. But Billy, my brother, had the news reporters on his side, and I had the Secret Service on mine. And we were doing fairly well with my team until Billy started bringing ringers in.
Who won?
We were pretty close, man. It was really a hot contested. We played about, I'd say, 10 or 12 games. Both of us pitched, slow-pitched softball.
President Carter, had to be for a thrill for you. You went back to the White House and stayed overnight for the first time in 14 years. 2 or 3 weeks ago when the Israelis and the Palestinians signed the peace agreement. Was that a big thrill for you? How did that feel?
It was great. I was glad to be back at the White House, and tonight, I got my mind on baseball, and I know you have too.
Have they changed the sheets there?
Well, we slept in the Lincoln bedroom for the first time.
You brought your own peanuts tonight, huh, President Carter?
Yeah, I cooked these this afternoon. We have good peanut crops in Georgia. Georgia produces about half the nation's peanuts, and I cooked these in a microwave this afternoon.
President Carter, good to be with you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on your work out of office.
Thank you.
Timmy and Sean?
You know, Tim, I don't want to spoil the party, but at most ballparks you're not allowed to bring in your own food. John Kruk, the batter. He has struck out twice against John Smoltz, who needed 76 pitches to get through the first 4 innings. Well, President Carter, his truck goes for the hat trick, striking out for the 3rd time. Talked about coming here to watch minor league baseball, and he probably would recognize the young fellow on the left from the 1962 minor league Atlanta Crackers.
That was the last year in Ponce de Leon Park. That's Jim Saul, another catcher who was on that team. Very proud. We won the Little World Series that year, played between the International League and the American Association. Joe Schultz was the manager. Big league players, Ray Sadecki on that club, Jim Balmer.
You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, yes, I have. 31 years, you'll change too.
Well, I don't want to say anything, Tim, but that was the year I was born. Dave Hollins, the batter. He's whiffed twice, so the 3 and 4 hitters of Kruk and Hollins have combined to go for 5 with 5 strikeouts. 5 of the 7 Ks for Smoltz at Derek Spence, and there's a sinking line drive that falls in front of Justice. So Hollins has a hit. It's the 6th for Philadelphia, and the Phillies continue their string of having had a base runner in every inning. And in case you missed it, the Toronto Blue Jays got back on the winning track in the American League Championship Series this afternoon. Take a 3-2 lead as the series heads back to Chicago. It's the first win in that series for the home team. Juan Guzman was the story, as he worked 7 innings and allowed just 1 run. He is 2-0 for Toronto in the ALCS. Tim Raines for Chicago. He's 11 for 23.
Wow.
Darren Dalton 0 for 1. He reached on the Lemke error and scored the first Philadelphia run last inning. You spoke of the physique of Darren Dalton, and his wife Lynn is a spokeswoman for the Hooters restaurant chain based here in Atlanta. They are an attractive couple.
Well, Darren Dalton, the real leader on this Phillies ball club. We talked about it the other day. I mean, if somebody needs to be reprimanded, he's the guy to do it. They need to be talked to, he's the guy to do it. Jim Fregosi says it makes his job as a manager that much easier, since he has about 10 guys on the team, and the fact being that they police themselves.
Fregosi said he's really never had a single problem in that area with this bunch of Phillies. They play hard every day. They do police themselves, and if somebody needs to be spoken to, Darren Dalton is usually the guy to handle that task.
You know, Jim Fregosi was that type of player. If he were a player today, he would fit in with the Phillies very well, and so would the general manager Lee Thomas. As a matter of fact, he and Lee played for the California Angels as far back as 1961, the Angels' first year.
Those were wild and crazy days for Fregosi and Thomas, as they would be the first to admit. 3-1 now on Dalton.
And here's the situation. Speaking of Fregosi, Jim does not believe in sending the runners in these situations. He thinks that if you send the runner, a hitter is a little too impatient and is more inclined to swing at a ball out of the strike zone in this situation.
Ball 4. So Dalton walks for the 2nd time. Tommy Green, Terry Mulholland watching from the top step as Bobby Cox paced as much as he can, really. Cox bothered by very serious knee trouble, which will require surgery in the offseason. He's going to have both knees replaced as soon as the World Series is over, or the playoffs if the Braves don't make it to the World Series. Said he talked to Whitey Ford, who had that procedure performed, and Whitey felt a lot better after he had knee replacements. So Cox will have both knees replaced in the offseason. Eisenreich has reached on a fielder's choice and lined to left. That's a bouncing ball that eats up McGriff, but he kicked it toward the bag and stepped on the bag just ahead of the arriving Eisenreich for the second out of the inning. The runners move up, and now there are two in scoring position with 2 outs in the 5th as the Phillies look to build on a 2-1 lead.
There are a lot of luxuries that those that play the right side of the infield have that they don't have on the left side. For instance, a third baseman or a shortstop can't afford to field a ball like that. But if you're a first baseman, you're trained to make sure you keep the ball in front of you. And McGriff did.
And Bobby Cox walks to the mound. He has action in his bullpen. Steve Bedrosian has been throwing, and Kent Merker is just now joining him. That's the first toss thrown by Merker. Smoltz up to 88 pitches.
I think the one thing that Bobby is talking to Smoltz about is that if your foot is bothering you right now, tell me. And we will go to the umpire. Well, I guess his foot's not bothering him, but I would imagine that that was Bobby's first question. He's still throwing the ball well, but that hard ground ball off the bat of Jim Eisenreich. Mickey Morandini hit that ball. That was off the right heel of John Smoltz back in the 3rd inning.
And Bobby Cox said one of the things he appreciates most about his pitchers is they will be honest with him.
Right.
When they're out of gas and they know it's time to come out, they'll say so. Good block by Olson on the pitch in the dirt, with Hollins at 3rd and Dalton at 2nd. Another big spot in the ball game. 3-run lead for Philadelphia would be much more comfortable against this Atlanta lineup, which has put runs up in bunches the last couple of days, than a 1-run lead. Thompson had a big hit his last time up. He doubled down the right field line, wound up scoring the 2nd Philadelphia run. It was the first hit in the championship series for Milt Thompson. The 1-1 tomahawked out of play. For those of you just joining us, here's a look back at the 3rd inning when John Smoltz was hit on the foot by the hot one hopper off the bat of Mickey Morandini. Many of the fans on their feet, hoping that Smoltz will record his 8th strikeout of the night and get out of the jam. The 1-2 pitch. He struck him out. The Phillies strand 2 in scoring position. They've left 8 men on halfway through the ball game. 2-1 Philadelphia.
2 summers, 2 winters, 2 springs, 2 falls. All this, just $2.99 a month. The S-Blazer 2-year lease. Why drive an imitation when you can drive the vehicle that originated the species? Chevy S-Blazer.
You know your NyQuil works. What'd you do? You tried the latest thing, so you coughed all night.
Got no rest. Ended up a zombie. And your proposal to the world's most demanding boss? Postponed until tomorrow. Which means you can take NyQuil tonight. You're stupid, Dave, but lucky.
Vicks NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can rest medicine. Also new NyQuil hot therapy.
Not so complicated, as simple as can be. You're always a comfort, set my spirit free. Oh, you're a part of me, that's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
stores may never be the same now that kids are discovering the Rookie League collection. It's Major League Kids clothes, built to stand up to the way kids play. The Rookie League collection, now playing at a department store near you.
A message from Major League Baseball.
A new movie hit town on Friday. And who is making a cameo? Who is that gentleman right there? He is the owner of the Atlanta Braves, Ted Turner.
Of course, the movie is Gettysburg, which was produced by Ted Turner's new movie production company.
Cost of $20 million. And I guess he wanted to join his wife, Jane Fonda, put acting in the family.
I would think when you own the production company, you could get yourself a more prominent role than that. Probably didn't need any acting tips from Jane to run up the hill. 2-1 is the score as we go to the bottom of the fifth. Mark Lemke leads off. This was a discussion between Bobby Cox and John Smoltz with the trainer Dave Pursley close by during the break between innings. Smoltz is scheduled to bat next, and he is out in the on-deck circle. 0-1 to Lemke. In the hole, Hollins cut it off and threw him out. Lemke now 1 for 2. He doubled to drive in the Atlanta run back in the second.
Lemke hit the slider hard down the third base line, but this is a rather routine play for Dave Hollins, who will wait until the last minute, and he makes up for that wait with the best throwing arm for a third baseman in the National League.
Really?
Yeah. He's got a
even
cannon.
Ken Caminiti has a gun.
He's got a better one. Scott Cooper in the American League with the Red Sox with a gun, but Hollins can throw with any of them.
John Smoltz struck out his first time up. That was a big strikeout for Jackson. Braves had 2 men in scoring position. Danny went to 3-2 before getting Smoltz on a called third. Danny's only had one perfect inning, and that was the first. But the Phillies have had many more chances to add to their run total than have the Braves. Braves have only left 3 men on, while Philadelphia has stranded 8, 4 of those in scoring position, and 6 of the 8 men stranded by Philadelphia to this point reached base with fewer than 2 outs.
Talking about the Battle of Gettysburg, historians tell us that General John Buford, knowing the value of high ground, was the first to arrive. He was a Union officer, and that led to a Union victory. And speaking of high ground, I'm sure John Smoltz and Danny Jackson know the value of high ground too. And that's that pitcher's mound right there, 10 inches high, lowered from 15 inches back in 1969 after all of the great years that pitchers had in 1968. Bob Gibson with a 1.12. Don Drysdale, 58 consecutive shutout innings. Denny McClain, 131 for the Tigers. Think of another sport that has a higher ground on the playing surface. Football, certainly not. Hockey, basketball, tennis.
Otis Nixon looked at strike one. Cliff diving. But then again, they're all starting at the same height.
True.
Just higher than where they wind up. Nixon is struck out and bounced to short. He slaps one that's dropping quickly. Dykstra can't get it. Smoltz had to hold up to see if Lenny would catch it. So he went to second. That walk to Smoltz could prove to be a big play. As Jackson walked the pitcher with 1 out. Now it's first and second with 1 out. Otis Nixon has hit in every game in this series.
Nixon doesn't hit this ball very well, but Len Dykstra can't catch up to it. and has to allow it to drop. It was the 6th inning for the Braves yesterday after Terry Mulholland pitched 5 shutout innings against Atlanta. And Danny Jackson with his hands full here with the meat of the order coming up.
2 runs on 6 hits for Philadelphia. 1 run, 5 hits, and an error for Atlanta. Blauser has popped out and walked. And Jeff lifts a fly ball to medium range left. Thompson the catch for the 2nd out. Atlanta scored first in the 2nd inning. A 2-out double by Mark Lemke down the left field line scored Fred McGriff, who had started the inning with a single. But Philadelphia took the lead with 2 unearned runs. Kevin Stocker drove in the first run in the 4th for the sacrifice fly. And Danny Jackson's first ever postseason hit drove in the other run. 2 runs unearned because the inning started when Dalton reached on a Lemke error. So now Ron Gant. They called him Mr. Clutch down the stretch for the tremendous number of big hits that he had during the Braves' run to the division title. And he's up in a big spot here with 1st and 2nd. And 2 outs in the 5th. The Phillies leading 2-1. Gant took the first pitch in the dirt. He's 0 for 2 tonight.
What a terrific play by Darren Dalton. He fielded that ball like a shortstop would. That slider bouncing in front of the plate, and watch Dalton. He uses the mitt like a glove.
The 1-0. Jackson stayed away from him. 2 balls and no strikes. Borderline strike. 2-1.
Right on the corner. Gant thought it was low. Or was it on the corner? No, a couple of inches outside. Jim Quick with a rather liberal strike zone like Terry Tate had yesterday.
The 2-1. Check swinging a ball low. They appeal down to Jerry Crawford. Strike 2, says the first base umpire.
Yep, Gant, similar to the last time up, went too far. Ronnie didn't want to on either of those swings. Last time up and this one, both on 2-1 counts, as a matter of fact.
And the appeal process has proven beneficial to the Phillies tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men on. 2-1 Philadelphia in the 5th. He struck him out. Danny Jackson with the breaking ball rings up his 4th strikeout of the night.
Love this place! It's the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu with Big Flame World Burgers for only 99 cents.
I can't do it myself for 99 cents.
Your favorite Burger King foods at new lower everyday prices, like the Croissant Combo served hot and fresh for $1.99. Check your Burger King Everyday Value Menu and be sure to try the delicious Flame Broiled Whopper Combo for $2.99.
That's great news for my pocketbook.
Value every day. Have it your way.
You're gonna want to come back every day.
This is the sports car no one could match. Not Acura, not Mazda, not even Porsche could answer our challenge to match Firebird's standard driver and passenger airbags, standard anti-lock brakes, and 275 horsepower engine for even twice the price of this new Firebird formula. Soon other sports cars will try to close the distance, and that's okay. But that will be then. This new Firebird is now.
For quick response. For smooth acceleration, turn him loose. For a cleaner engine, turn him loose. Move up to 93 octane Exxon Supreme and turn the Tiger loose.
pioneer in managed health care. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Will a crash course in sensitivity help the gang get along?
Don't we want to learn to be sensitive to other people?
Put a plug in it. All new Murphy Brown. Then, ladies, who would you date? An insecure whiner or a self-centered bore?
These are my choices. This is why I live with a cat.
All new Love and War after Murphy Brown, Monday.
Do you want to get rich?
$2 million.
Do you want to get even?
I hope it breaks the state.
See you in court. An all-new 48 Hours Wednesday.
Continuing a tradition that began in 1960 at the Orange Bowl, tonight's overhead shots are from the Goodyear blimp Stars and Stripes from Pompano Beach, Florida. We trust that Jim and Bob are still having a fun time up there in the blimp. And then looking down on a very entertaining ball game. The Phillies lead 2-1 after 5. And they have Kevin Stocker leading off against John Smoltz. Breaking ball for a strike. Stocker struck out swing in the second. He had a sacrifice fly to drive in the Phillies' first run in the fourth. The pitcher Danny Jackson will bat next, and then Lenny Dykstra. Routine fly to left. 1 out. And we hope you'll be with us tomorrow afternoon for Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. We're on the air at 3 Eastern Time with the first pitch at 3:07. Curt Schilling, who pitched so well in Game 1, will be matched up again against Steve Avery, who also pitched well in Game 1. Neither of them factored into the decision. The game was decided in the 10th.
It is really going to be a test on the hitters tomorrow afternoon, too, with a 3 o'clock start and 2 guys who throw as hard as Avery and Schilling. Meanwhile, tonight, as you see Tommy Green, he was the starter in Game 2. And if we get that far, he will be the starter on Wednesday night. We think Wednesday night it will be announced. Either a 3 o'clock start or a night start, but Tommy Green would be the starter in Game 6 back in Philadelphia if it gets that far.
Danny Jackson took a strike to make the count 2-1. He is the owner of the biggest hit in the ball game. He singled up John Smoltz to drive in the go-ahead run. It is certainly getting chilly. And Jackson strikes out. And on the subject of strikeouts, we take you back to Game 1 and a look back at the 5 straight strikeouts to open the ball game for Curt Schilling. He struck out the side in the first, Nixon, Blauser, and Gant, and struck out the first 2 men of the second inning, Fred McGriff and David Justice.
That is a league championship record. I think what the Phillies want right now, they need more runs off John Smoltz, knowing full well that in all probability that 2-1 lead won't hold up.
They have watched the Braves score runs in bunches in the last 2 games. And the Phillies have to be a little bit uneasy when they look back at all the chances they have had to post more than 2 runs. They've squandered many of those chances. Dykstra behind 0-2. He's had a perfect night to this point. Smoltz has struck out 9, which equals his postseason high. He had 9 in the Game 4 against Pittsburgh last year. One and 2 on Dykstra. At ball 2. He wanted Jim Quick to look at the ball. pulled foul. Smoltz looking for his first 1-2-3 inning. He's only 26. He's already been an all-star 3 times. We're talking about fans and media in this area talking about the deficiencies of some of the players because they've had so much success. Sometimes you look to find deficiencies. They complain about John Smoltz. He doesn't do well enough in the regular season. He's been great in the postseason. We saw the reverse of that about Tom Glavine. Knock on him was that he couldn't win the big game in the postseason. Perhaps he put that to bed forever with his performance yesterday.
John Smoltz thought this pitch was a strike. Jim Quick said it was outside. And the oohing and booing and eyeing of the crowd here. Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach, with his cap off, and you don't see that too often.
And Quick came out in front of the plate and dusted it off and had some words with Greg Olson. As you watch the replay, no argument on that pitch. So Smoltz will not work his first 1-2-3 inning in the 6th. It's the 4th walk he has thrown. And the 2nd time he has walked Dykstra, who's been on base 4 times tonight.
I think you bring up a good point, Sean, in that often there is a big burden on being too good too early. And certainly the Atlanta Braves pitching staff, their starters, the only younger 4 starters in baseball, pitch for the Chicago White Sox. The Braves 4 starters average about 26 years, 11 months, and none of them have ever been on the disabled list. So they are not only good, they're durable.
Dykstra still has not attempted a stolen base in this series. He's been on base 3 times tonight. Phillies batting in the 6th. They lead 2-1. They've out-hit the Braves 6-5. The only error in this game made by Atlanta, and it was a big one. The 2 runs in the 4th for Philadelphia unearned. Fastball missed high. 1-0 on Morandini. His 1 hit. Low on hopper off the foot of Smoltz back in the 3rd.
I don't think the Phillies have taken full advantage of Greg Olson's sore shoulder or the move toward home of the power pitcher John Smoltz.
Dykstra is not running. Morandini, base hit. And Dykstra rounds 2nd and puts the brakes on. So the Phillies try to put something together with 2 outs, and bear in mind John Smoltz and the Braves probably still think they should have been out of the inning. How about that lack of a called 3rd strike on Dykstra?
On that 2-2 pitch, this fastball's low and away, and Morandini gets his 3rd single of the series. He and Dykstra have been on base 6 times in this ball game.
But the Phillies haven't managed to knock either one of them in. That's because the middle part of the order is at a tough time again tonight. John Kruk 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. He only struck out 3 times in a game once during the '93 regular season. That was against Bobby Ayala of the Cincinnati Reds on September 3rd. John Kruk has never struck out 4 times in a game as a major leaguer. He's behind the count here. No balls and 1 strike. 2 outs, 2 men on. 2-1 Philadelphia in the 6th inning. John Smoltz has been walking the tightrope tonight. He's already induced the Phillies into stranding 8 through the first 5 innings. He'd like to see them leave 2 more.
He's been pitching Kruk inside to get the strikeouts tonight. All of the strikeouts have been swinging. We'll see if he goes back in there.
He did, and the count is 1-2. The fans want strikeout number 10. 1-2 pitch. Fouled at the plate. The crowd didn't realize that Kruk got a piece of it, and they roared.
This was John Kruk's first at bat, and then he polished him off with a high fastball. And there again, the inside fastball to polish him off. And then the high fastball again.
Inside and outside, they've used both sides of the plate with Kruk, but mostly inside. They left out over the plate, and he bounced it down to first. The Phillies have stranded 10. We'll return to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
Their dreams sent the world to war. I'm General Norman Schwarzkopf.
And I'm Charles Kurov. Join us as we look back at Hitler and Stalin, Wednesday.
You know the zip code for Beverly Hills. You've been to a place off Melrose Avenue.
You know, you're a little overdressed for Compton.
October 27th.
So are you, Bubba. Yeah, but I look good.
Head south with LA's wildest detective team. South of Sunset. Series premiere Wednesday, October 27th.
This is CBS.
My years in football taught me the value of a great health plan. Hello, I'm Dick Vermeil. Everyday life has its bumps and bruises, too. And that's why Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield have added the new personal choice to our game plan.
There's no need to enroll with a primary care physician, and you don't need a referral to see a specialist. Office visits are covered, and there are no claim forms. Now, what could be easier?
Call 1-800-ASK-BLUE for all the benefits of personal choice. The health plan that controls cost, not people.
Hard work, good times, special places, sharp minds for the baby, for the team, for the hope, for the dream. We've been through everything you've been through. We've grown up proud and strong like you. We know what you want your bank to do. Core States Banks. You know us and we know you. Core States Banks. You know us and we know you.
Some area supermarkets are selling outdated foods. Monday at 5 and 11.
Philadelphia leads 2-1. They've gotten a nice pitching performance from Danny Jackson through the first 5 innings here tonight. But if you're a Phillies fan, Tim, you have to be a little bit uneasy about all these squandered chances. They've left 10 men on base.
2 on base in each of the last 4 innings. And remember, yesterday was the Atlanta Braves' big inning, and Fred McGriff certainly had a big part in it as they scored 5 times against Terry Mulholland. So we'll see. Danny Jackson has just been superb up to now.
Fred McGriff has scored the only run Jackson has allowed tonight. That was back in the 2nd. That's well hit toward the gap in right center. Dykstra will have to play it off the wall, and Fred McGriff has a leadoff double. He's 2 for 3 tonight and 8 for 17 in the series.
Boy, this is a rocket just to the right of center field. Dykstra playing him a little bit into left center field. This ball hit very hard, and McGriff opens the 6th with a double. Yesterday in this situation, Terry Pendleton tried to hit the ball the other way and did on an 0-2 pitch. We'll see if he tries again.
Tying run in scoring position with nobody out. Pendleton, the leading RBI man in the league championship series with 5. Looked like he was trying to shoot that first pitch to the right side, and he fouled it off. Pendleton doubled his last time up and was stranded at 2nd. Braves have had at least 1 base runner in every inning except the first, so they've had their chances as well. They've left 5 men on through the first 5. Jackson missed inside.
That's what happened yesterday. Mulholland, knowing Pendleton was trying to hit the ball the other way, worked him inside on all 3 pitches. Here's Terry. And tonight, Danny Jackson, after the slider, tries to go back in there with the fastball.
Right to first. Pendleton trying to get it to the right side, hit a bullet. But fortunately for Philadelphia, the ball was right at John Kruk for the first out of the inning.
This ball is scorched to Kruk.
And that gotten by Kruk. It was a tie ball game. So it's McGriff at second with 1 out. Jackson has thrown 83 pitches. There is no action in the Philadelphia bullpen. Justice looks at ball 1. And his wife, the actress Halle Berry, says even though the Braves have been here 3 years in a row, her stomach is still in knots for each of these games. And certainly that probably is true of all of the wives of the players on these 2 teams.
Lou Piniella says that David Justice's swing reminds him of Ted Williams. Clarence Jones, the Braves hitting instructor, says that his swing reminds him of Billy Williams. Choose either one. Nice company.
As long as it's not Andy Williams. A ball low, 2-1.
Andy's been known to hit a high pitch every now and then.
You know, he can hit the golf ball. He's had his own golf tournament for quite a few years. Really tough to judge who's the more talented member of the Justice Berry family. David, an all-star, and Halle Berry is a terrific actress. The 2-1. Well hit right field, but it'll stay in the yard for Eisenreich. 2 down. McGriff tags and moves to third. And Tim, it would seem now with 6 innings of evidence that the ball is not traveling anywhere near as well as it was yesterday.
Well, and that makes it comfortable for pitchers, especially a guy like John Smoltz, because Smoltz throws a lot of fly balls. You don't need to worry about making a mistake upstairs, so you can really let the fastball go. The ball tonight seems to have that thud sound to it instead of that nice little click that hitters love to hear.
Olsen 0 for 2 tonight. And we remind you of the graphic that was on the screen during his last at bat. He had the lowest average in the National League during the regular season with 2 outs and runners on base. He had 130 in this situation in the regular season, and struck out ending the 4th with a runner in scoring position. 1 ball and 1 strike. Danny Jackson has had an interesting career. It looked like he was going to be a dominant pitcher when he won 23 games for Cincinnati back in 1988. He finished second to Orel Hershiser in the Cy Young balloting that year, but he hasn't come close to duplicating those kinds of numbers since. The tying run at third with 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th. Philadelphia 2, Atlanta 1. Game 4 of the National League Championship Series. The Braves lead 2 games to 1. Olsen hit by the pitch.
Looked like it just grazed him, obviously unintentional. We'll listen to that one more time.
I think the yell was in anticipation of being hit more than the pain of being hit. So it's first and third. Tying run still at third, and now Olson represents the go-ahead run at first for Mark Lemke, who knocked in the only Atlanta run in the ball game in the second with a double down the left field line. That's fouled right back at us. One strike on Lemke. The numbers for Atlanta tonight with men in scoring position. 111. They are 1 for 9. Lemke has the only hit. The 0-1 pitch. Beauty right on the outside corner. Jackson has had pinpoint control with that pitch tonight.
Johnny Padres, the Phillies pitching coach, taught him that pitch. Everything used to be run in to right-handers, but it was Padres who taught him to go away to right-handers.
The 0-2 just inside. Padres, the 60-year-old pitching coach, deserves an awful lot of credit for the success of the Phillies staff. He is particularly a practitioner of the changeup. Lemke has been in this position many times in the past and has delivered for Atlanta. Breaking ball just missed. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs and 2 men on. 2-1 Philadelphia in the 6th inning. Fred McGriff started the inning with a double. And Olson was hit by a pitch with 2 outs. Francisco Cabrera has moved into the on-deck circle to bat for Smoltz. Should Lemke reach. The 2-2 pitch. Down the left field line and hooking foul.
Danny Jackson got it up, and 48,000 in the stands got up. And so did Johnny Padres. Of course, the coaches with the Phillies have been up, as have the coaches for the Braves.
Saw the pitch counter in the hand of Padres. Fregosi says Padres cheats counting those pitches. If he wants Fregosi to take out a pitcher, he'll click away and add pitches that the pitcher hasn't actually thrown.
Fast forward.
And if he wants the pitcher to stay in, he'll tell Fregosi that he's thrown fewer pitches than he actually has. Fly ball to right. Eisenreich the catch, and now the Braves are stranding runners all over the line. They've left 7 after 6. 2-1 Philadelphia.
Over 1.5 million vacationers toured the canals of Venice last year. Not one of them, however, was a Lexus engineer. Why? Let's just say they were busy. The 1994 Lexus ES. Improved, revised, refined, embellished. In a word, new.
The Gulf of Mexico, where world-class fishermen like Jim come to battle the big boys.
Jim, you got one.
Yeah, hey, this calls for a celebration. How about a cold O'Doul's?
Thanks.
Only 70 calories and non-alcohol. Because out here, you never know what's biting.
When you want the refreshing taste of beer without all the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
What tire do you trust in the wet? A tire that removes over 2 gallons of water per second from under the tread. The all-season MX-4. Another engineering splash from Michelin.
Go ahead. Make a wish. Then share it with your Allstate agent, who knows planning makes wishes come true, and who can outline a life insurance plan to assure family security and college funding and a comfy retirement are in the stars for you. So make your wish and trust it to your Allstate agent, who wants to be your agent for life.
And now for something different.
New Domino's Thin Crust Pizza. A crispy, crunchy crust pizza. Now buy any thin crust pizza and get an order of Domino's Twisty Bread free.
Something for nothing when you call Domino's.
Next Sunday on CBS, it's the Eagles and the Giants, then the 49ers and the Cowboys.
Bless you. He's a big fan.
Atlanta started the scoring here in Game 4 on Mark Lemke's RBI double down the left field line that knocked in Fred McGriff. But then Lemke's error on a ball hit by Dalton to start the Philadelphia fourth opened the door for 2 unearned runs. Kevin Stocker knocked in the first with a sacrifice fly, and the pitcher Danny Jackson, who's been the star of the night to this point, drove in the second with a single. His first postseason hit in 12 postseason at bats. And it's still 2-1 despite numerous opportunities for both teams to score. We're heading to the 7th. And the Phillies have the middle third of their batting order due up. Hollins, Dalton, and Eisenreich against John Smoltz.
So far there have been 17 runners stranded through 6 innings, 10 for the Phillies and 7 for the Braves. It's much like a football team that moves the ball from 20 to 20 but can't punch it in.
Greg Olson being tended to in the Braves dugout. Greg Olson was hoping that his good friend Davey Allison could have been here tonight to watch him play. Greg Olson considers the 2 Davey Allison baseball style cards that he has in his locker very precious, as sports fans around the country well know. Davey Allison, the NASCAR driver, was killed in a helicopter accident earlier this summer, just a couple of days before Olson and Davey Allison were scheduled to play golf during the All-Star break. And it was Olson who arranged Davey Allison's appearance here at Fulton County Stadium to throw out the first ball of the game last season. Olson is ready, as is Dave Hollins, who digs in with a 1-for-3 mark on his ledger tonight. The single his last time up. He struck out his first 2 times up.
Matter of fact, a lot of the Braves and even manager Bobby Cox are huge stock car racing fans.
Smoltz first pitch of the 7th. Fouled away by Hollins. As a matter of fact, when we visited with the Braves skipper Cox before the game, he was watching an auto race on TV and cheering for Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt's pit crew was wearing hats and sweatshirts and jackets of the Atlanta Braves during the race today.
We were asking Bobby, Bobby, would it be all right if we turned the baseball game on? He said, wait till the race is over. 3 more laps to go, I think.
That's right. 3 laps to go, and I think their pal Dale Earnhardt finished 3rd today. Ernie Irvan won the race. Hollins strikes out for the 3rd time, and that's 10 strikeouts for Smoltz. It's the first time ever that a Brave pitcher has struck out 10 in a postseason game.
Splitter going down, and Dave Hollins has struck out for the 3rd time. John Kruk has struck out 3 times. So your 3 and 4 hitters struck out 6 times on the night, and you still have the lead. That's the optimistic view.
Darren Dalton looked at a fastball up and away. The Phillies catchers walked twice, and he reached on the air by Lemke and scored the first Philadelphia run in the 4th. 2-1 Philadelphia, top of the 7th. Sean McDonough along with Tim McCarver and Jim Gray. Our producer is Bob Dekas. Our director Bob Fishman. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of the National League Championship Series. This is the last time, at least for the foreseeable future, that the playoffs will be covered in this manner, with all of the games available throughout the country. The plan next year is to go to simultaneous playoff games. So it's the last time, at least for a while, that you'll be able to see every pitch of every playoff game. first foul. 3 balls and 1 strike on Darren Daulton. Well, Smoltz has pitched well, despite finishing the season by getting roughed up in his last 3 starts. Over his last 3 starts of the regular season, he pitched 16 1/3 innings and gave up 16 runs. That's ball 4 outside. Braves fans might remember that last year John Smoltz won only 1 of his last 7 decisions, and then went into the playoffs against Pittsburgh and had the Braves win all 3 of his starts, and he was the most valuable player of the LCS last year. So something happens to John Smoltz when the postseason rolls around.
1991, the Braves went to Pittsburgh, down 3-2 to the Pirates. Steve Avery beat the Pirates in Game 6, 1-0, and then Smoltz shut him out in Game 7, 4-0. And tonight, a typical game for John. 10 strikeouts and 5 walks.
3 of the walks to Daulton, the other 2 to Dykstra. 1-0 the count on Eisenreich.
Sean mentioned earlier that Smoltz finished second to Jose Rio in strikeouts. He also finished second to Ramon Martinez in walks in the National League.
This is quite likely Smoltz's last inning. He's thrown 123 pitches, and he is scheduled to lead off the bottom of the 7th. And Ken Merker is warming up again in the Atlanta bullpen.
I think, however, if the Braves had a 3-2, 4-2 lead or something like that, Smoltz would still be out there in the 8th inning. Bobby Cox says that John Smoltz on some nights can throw 160, 180 pitches and still be effective. He has the strongest arm on the Braves staff.
2-1 the count on Eisenreich. We're in the 7th. The Phils lead 2-1, and they have Daulton at first with 1 out. Mark Wohlers has joined Merker. Well hit, base hit. Jim Eisenreich with his first hit ever at the expense of Smoltz. Daulton to second. And the Phillies mount yet another threat. They've had runners all over the bases tonight, but they've managed to score in only the 4th inning.
I think the reason that Wohlers joined Merker is that Bobby Cox is thinking now I'll use 1 pitcher to get out of the inning and 1 pitcher to pitch in the top of the 8th inning. I think Kent Merker's got a chance of coming in the game right now, especially with the left-handed hitting Thompson up. And even if you pinch hit Pete Incaviglia, what you do is you weaken your defense in the process. So if he brings the left-hander in, I think Bobby might test Jim Fregosi right now. And I think Fregosi, on the other hand, may leave Thompson in to hit against Merker. We'll see.
That's right, because Fregosi already has the lead, so defense would be a priority.
That's right.
We may or may not see Incaviglia after this.
The 1994 Lexus ES. Improved, revised, refined, embellished. In a word, new.
We have to have a communication system that never fails.
Patty was losing calls. Losing calls to her could possibly mean losing a life.
If the ambulance crews can't talk to the dispatch center, we can't run an ambulance business. If I could bring my monthly costs down, I could afford to budget state-of-the-art telephone system. That's what MCI did.
I had a great sense of responsibility.
MCI backs the product.
You try to do the good thing.
She sat there and really listened.
Some credit cards charge fat interest rates, but not Discover Card. With Smart Rate, the more you use your Discover Card for purchases, the lower your interest rate can be. Now as low as 14.9%. It pays to Discover.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Lexus Luxury Automobiles. Cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft. Get out of the old, get into the cold. And by Wendy's Monterey Ranch Chicken Sandwich. Try one.
Tell you, this is a great move by Bobby Cox. Jim Fregosi almost forced to leave Thompson in there because he's got that one-run lead here in the 7th inning. So if he takes him out in place of Incaviglia, what you do, you may increase your offense, but you lose a lot on defense. So Fregosi, since he has the lead, opts to leave Thompson in there. But a great move by Bobby Cox.
And you'd have to say that Fregosi is doing the right thing as well.
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
We've seen that Incaviglia is definitely a defensive liability. Merker's first pitch almost went to the backstop. Thompson this year hit 175 against left-handed pitching. 10 for 57 without an extra base hit. In this series, he's 0 for 2. Against lefties. Flied out against Stanton in the blowout game, game 2. And struck out against Tom Glavine yesterday. Ken Merker appeared in 43 games, including 6 starts during the regular season for Atlanta. 2 men on with 1 out. 7th inning. 2-1 Philadelphia. Thompson sliced one foul. He's behind in the count, 1-2.
Fregosi telling us before the game that a lot of the writers have been saying, have you just thought about playing Milt Thompson even against left-handers? And Jim says, do you realize that we wouldn't be here if it weren't for Pete Incaviglia? 89 RBIs, 101 hits this year.
And another demonstration of open-mouth chewing in the Philly dugout. Undoubtedly was duly recorded by the Atlanta newspaper. Breaking ball way outside. 2-2 on Thompson, who finished the regular season on a downslide. Milt hit just .259 from September 1st to the end of the season. Did not have an extra base hit after August 25th. Hasn't had a home run since July 24th. Slowly to short. Blauser to Lemke, and that's all they'll get. They erase Eisenreich. Dalton the third on the play. Thompson safe at first on the fielder's choice with 2 outs.
Ball in on the hands of Thompson. He does not hit it well enough to turn the double play. And with Dalton going to third, Lemke shrewdly holds on to the ball. There's no sense in trying to complete the play. If you overthrow it, then Dalton scores.
Kevin Stocker up again in a big spot. He is struck out swinging, had a sacrifice fly that drove in the first run of the ball game for Philadelphia, and last time up he flied to left. Down the right field line, Justice, a long run, and he makes the sliding catch. The Phillies leave 2 more. They've stranded 12. And at the 7th inning stretch, it's still 2-1 Philadelphia.
Hey, isn't that a Monterey Ranch chicken sandwich?
Yeah, we just brought it back.
Hey, isn't that your wife?
Where?
Ooh, could that dress get any tighter?
It's back. Wendy's Monterey Ranch Chicken Sandwich.
Hey, isn't that Haley's comment?
Creamy ranch dressing with real bacon and Monterey Jack cheese on a whole breast filet. What a combination.
What's my wife doing here?
Where?
2 can play this game.
Wendy's Monterey Ranch Chicken Sandwich. You better buy 2.
Ohio, Texas. Parts from 174 suppliers in 32 states. They all come together right here in Georgetown, Kentucky, in the Toyota Camry. Built by Americans at a plant recently given the J.D. Power & Associates Gold Plant Quality Award. With this kind of craftsmanship, all the pieces fit together beautifully. The 1994 Toyota Camry.
JCPenney would like you to meet some of the smartest men in America. They're not just scientists or scholars. They're men who know about value. These are the men of Stafford. From the wool and wool blend suits to the all-cotton shirts and pure silk ties, the Stafford collection gives these men a very smart look at a very smart price, which is why the smartest men in America are wearing Stafford, exclusively at...
One of the most innovative real estate companies in America. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Airbags, seat belts, and anti-lock brakes, child safety seats, careful driving, and a set of Michelins.
Hey, you kids! Get off the field! Catch actor Matt Dillon and comedian George Miller on Late Show with David Letterman, Monday.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver and Jim Gray at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Crowd of 52,032 settling back into their seats after the 7th inning stretch. And Francisco Cabrera bats for the pitcher Merker. Cabrera hit .241, was used primarily as a pinch hitter during the regular season, and Francisco was quick to state his disappointment with his own performance in that role during the regular season. He went 9 for 51 as a pinch hitter. Delivered the most memorable pinch hit in Atlanta Braves history. The single to left in the 9th inning of Game 7 of last year's League Championship Series that drove in Sid Bream with a winning run that won Game 7 and won the series 4-3 over the Pirates. Danny Jackson was a Pirate then.
Dave Holland's on the line. John Vukovich, the defensive coach responsible for placing the players, all he tells them is don't let a ball get by you to your right in fair territory.
Hammered up the middle, a base hit. So Cabrera, disappointed in himself as a pinch hitter during the regular season, comes through with a big playoff pinch hit, and Deion Sanders comes on to run for him.
Bobby Cox thinking that here we are in the 7th inning, a one-run ball game, and you may not have another chance to use Sanders' speed in this game. So if you have Sanders running at first, do you have Otis Nixon bunting at the plate?
Sanders stole 19 bases in 95 games with the Braves this year. He was caught stealing 7 times. Action for the first time tonight in the Philadelphia bullpen. Roger Mason is the right-hander and David West the lefty.
If Nixon does get the ball down, whoever fields it wants to make sure of one. That's the Phillies mentality here. You don't want to mess it up, realizing that Sanders is so fast. You don't want to take the chance at second base, especially since the Braves are bunting to tie, not to win.
Otis Nixon 1 for 3, single to center his last time up. He squares to bunt, bunted it toward first. The play booted by Kroc. Out at first, very close play. And the Braves will argue. Bobby Cox and Nixon and Pat Corrales will all have had their say by the time this is over.
They've had some say with Jerry Crawford earlier in the game about the check swings that he's been calling. But this is the thing. There is no need to look at second base if you're the fielder. Watch John Kruk, however slightly, look at second, and he lost the ball in the process. Whenever a team is bunting to tie, then you go ahead and make the play to first base. But Otis Nixon was safe at first.
Clearly safe. You can see he has the foot on the bag and the other one past the bag, and this ball goes into the mid of Morandini.
But the thing is, you don't even look at second base in a situation like that. They're bunting the tie, pick the ball up and go to first. That's the reason Cox had Sanders in as a pinch runner.
Jeff Blauser, 0 for 2 with a walk. He flied to left his last time up. And the fans are still booing Jerry Crawford, of course, in the luxury boxes here and up around the concession stands and in the stands themselves. There are people who have access to TV replays. So they saw what you saw. Jackson has thrown 103 pitches. It's a right-handed hitter up there. Mason ready in the bullpen. Jackson continues on. And Blauser's had plenty of success against him. In the hole, Stalker with a long throw. Outstanding play under pressure by Stalker. And the fans continue to boo Jerry Crawford.
Good base running by Deion Sanders also. This ball to Stalker's right, and with one out, if you're the runner on at second base, you want to make the ball go through. You can see Sanders' foot in the left of your screen, and he hurries back to second base. There are an awful lot of base runners who would be caught going to third on a ball hit like that. I just think Jim Fregosi is forced to go as long with his starter as he possibly can. With the bullpen being rattled around like it has, even though Roger Mason has been one of the few bright spots out of Jim's bullpen.
Jackson has dodged bullet after bullet. He's facing another one. The tying run at second with 2 outs. Gant the batter. Ball 1 low and in. Gant's 0 for 3. He was called out on strikes in a big spot, ending the 5th. And he batted with 2 men on. The Phillies lead 2-1. These two teams have been taking turns squandering excellent scoring opportunities. Jackson's 1-0 is ball 2. Jackson is scheduled to lead off next inning. Chop foul off his foot. 2 balls and a strike. Well, this has been a terrific performance by Jackson, and he felt good about it coming in. He was quoted recently as saying there's going to be a lot of gratification because when people keep downgrading you, it hurts. And he felt the hurt when he was shelled by the Braves in the playoffs last year and was heavily criticized for that performance. The 2-1 on its way. Pulled foul past Jimmy Williams. And the fans continue to boo the first base umpire Crawford after every pitch. Jackson ended the 2nd inning with a strikeout of Smoltz with men on base. Ended the 4th with a strikeout of Olsen with a runner on base. Ended the 5th with a strikeout with 2 men on. Trying to end this one with the strikeout, and Gant fouled it away. Still 2-2.
You don't see too many left-handed pitchers challenging Ron Gant inside. That's a good indication that Jackson is still throwing hard, because Ron Gant, one of the better inside hitters in the National League.
The 2-2, breaking ball to strike him out. 5th strikeout for Jackson. 4 of them have ended an inning. End of 7, 2-1 Phillies.
Toyota proudly presents All-Around Champions. Since his 23-game winning season, Danny Jackson has learned a few hard lessons, like believing in yourself, even when things are tough. That's why he's giving time back to the community. Watching his efforts pay off as homeless families begin to believe in themselves may be one of his most satisfying victories. Toyota is pleased to salute all-around champion Danny Jackson by contributing $1,000 to the People's Emergency Center.
Look what some car makers have been offering. Air-conditioned glove compartment? What kind of feature is that? How about a feature like, won't leave me stranded on the side of the road? As in a reputation for dependability? Hey, you'll find it in one place. Toyota Tercel. The right amount of car for the right amount of money. And look, best model in its price class and initial quality. I get that from J.D. Power and Associates. They get it from Tercel owners. And that's a feature you won't find on any Windows sticker.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back
Your flight
east.
has been canceled. The 5 most hated words of every business traveler. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault. Still, I just want somebody to give me some answers.
Let's see if we can reroute you through another city.
Those are the people I come back to. They try and find a way and give me my best option, maybe even on another airline. I appreciate that, because a little honesty goes a long way. Tell Billy by halftime, I'll be there.
They say Mozart composed from midnight to 7 a.m. Hemingway was at his best before noon. Edison, inspired by the dark. At Compaq, we understand that ideas aren't governed by a clock. That's why we're standing by 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer your computing questions. Galileo, definitely a night person. The 24-hour helpline from Compaq.
This game summary is sponsored by AT&T.
The story of this game, missed opportunity on both sides. The Braves 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. They've left 8 men on base, and the Phillies have stranded 12. The only runs the Phillies managed to push across in the 4th were unearned. And Jim Fregosi is going to ride the hot hand as long as he can as he lets Danny Jackson bat for himself, beginning the 8th against the new pitcher Mark Wohlers.
Mark Wohlers, Bobby Cox telling us before the game, can throw as hard as Dibble. Rob Dibble, that is, of the Cincinnati Reds, and on some days throws harder than Dibble.
Wohlers has reached 100 on the radar gun in the past. Damon Berryhill is the new catcher. Jackson 1 for 3, all of his at-bats against Smoltz. He had the big single that drove in the run that is the difference in the ball game in the 4th, and he has struck out twice. Wohlers, native of Holyoke, Massachusetts, a state that has provided a phenomenal number of pitchers to the Braves in recent years. Tom Glavine is from Billerica, Massachusetts. Pete Smith from Burlington, Mass. Steve Bedrosian's from Methuen. Wohlers from Holyoke. Jeff Reardon, who pitched for them last year, from Dalton, Massachusetts. Full count on Jackson. Dykstra on deck. Then Morandini in the 8th with the Phillies leading 2-1. And Jackson strikes out for the 3rd time, and he walks away as if he could care less. His important task is to record 6 more outs.
You know what I think he was doing? I think he was taking a 3-2 pitch, realizing he's not going to get around on Wohlers' fastball anyway, and maybe it'll be a ball. Jackson taking all the way.
And why not? 92 on the gun, not particularly fast by Wohlers' standards. Dykstra has reached base all 4 times tonight. He has walked twice and singled twice. Fastball right down the middle, 0-2. That one registered 93 on the gun. tried to check his swing on a ball in the dirt and could not. So they retired Dykstra for the first time tonight, and Wohlers has back-to-back strikeouts to open the 8th.
That is almost unfair for a hitter to throw a fastball that hard and a splitter that heavy out of the strike zone. Lenny Dykstra out for the first time this evening. See how that changes a hitter's view, the high fastball and now the splitter in the dirt, and Dykstra can't hold up.
The fans are chanting safe, safe, safe. At first base umpire Jerry Crawford. Gant into the bullpen and can't get it. He went all the way to the retaining wall. Was still at high speed when he got there. It's a foul ball and 1 strike on Morandini.
Tell you, when Gant runs into a wall, I'm betting on Gant.
Morandini's had a good night. 2 singles and 4 trips. 2-1 Philadelphia in the 8th. They need a win to pull even in this series. Jim Fregosi called it the most important game of the year for Philadelphia. The 0-2 pitch. Wohlers strikes out the side in the 8th. On to the bottom of the 8th. McGriff, Pendleton, and Justice coming up. 2-1 Philadelphia.
This place. It's the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu with big Flame World burgers for only 99 cents.
I can't do it myself for 99 cents.
Your favorite Burger King foods at new lower everyday prices, like the Croissant Combo served hot and fresh for $1.99. Check your Burger King Everyday Value Menu and be sure to try the delicious Flame World Whopper Combo for $2.99.
That's great news for my pocketbook.
Value every day. Have it your way.
You're gonna want to come back every day.
We're a part of the future. We're the heart and the soul. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Without you, I'm just a lonely melody. But together we are harmony. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
This is a line. To some, it is seen as a barrier. To others, it's a point where traditions of the past are abandoned in favor of visions of the future. Introducing the revolutionary new Toyota Supra. It's taken everything sports cars were before and crossed the line.
Cops don't come tougher than Ned Ravine.
Police emergency, I need a vehicle. Don't be a fool!
But Ned has a soft spot. Women. And falling for this woman could be fatal. Fatal Instinct.
Hey, you guys watch your step in here. There's a lot of blood.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, October 29th.
An interesting situation has developed among the catching core, the 3 of the catching core of the Atlanta Braves. Greg Olson started the game. He was hit by a pitch, and we assume that he is hurt because he was taken out of the game last inning. Berryhill came in, but you may remember Francisco Cabrera pinch hit, so the Braves are out of catchers, which means that if Berryhill gets on base, he's a very slow runner. You mentioned earlier, Sean, the Sid Bream Berryhill race. Berryhill's a slow runner. You can't use anybody for a pinch runner for him. A dilemma for Bobby Cox.
Fred McGriff is the batter. And as usual, he's been a pain in the neck for the Phillies tonight. He singled and scored in the 2nd. He led off the 6th with a double. And they couldn't get him in. Rays have had the lead man on in each of the last 2 innings. In the 2 innings prior to that, they had a 1-out base runner. Ben Rivera and Mitch Williams warming up. In the bottom of the 8th, with Philadelphia leading 2-1. course, the other possibility is that Olson has more or less become Smoltz's personal catcher. Berryhill catches the rest. Berryhill's a better thrower. Perhaps in late innings, Bobby Cox just wanted to shore up the defense. Berryhill's also a better hitter.
Sure, that's possible, but I think if you're using your last catcher, I don't think you can take that into consideration because there are too many opportunities to use a pinch runner or something like that.
2-2 on McGriff. Pendleton to follow, then Justice. Check swing, strike 3. McGriff goes down swinging. 6 strikeouts for Danny Jackson.
You can see that slider spin right on the corner. I guess the worst case scenario for their catching core is that Berryhill gets hurt. Then you have no one.
They almost went with 4 catchers on the postseason roster. Javier Lopez would have been the 4th.
Yeah.
Now Jim Quick is starting to hear it from the Atlanta dugout. He took the mask off and went over. I can't recall a game in which there have been so many contested check swings in key situations. Bobby Cox clearly didn't like McGriff being rung up. Strike 3. Pendleton right at the shortstop. Stocker. 2 away. Pendleton now 1 for 4. The Toronto Blue Jays hosted the first win by the home team in this year's ALCS, 5-3, behind Juan Guzman this afternoon at Skydome. So they lead 3-2 as the scene shifts back to Chicago. And tonight the Phillies are trying to make sure that this series will return to Philadelphia. Justice for the base hit. Jackson had retired 5 in a row before that single by Justice. He's 2 for 4 tonight. So once again, the Braves have the tying run aboard, and they'll bring the go-ahead run to the plate. And here comes Damon Berryhill. And relative to your point, had Olson stayed in, there's certainly a good chance that they would have hit for him right here. Berryhill, the batter, he's a switch hitter. Olson was 0 for 2 and was hit by that pitch in the 6th inning. Justice held on by Kruk. And Berryhill has a hit. So the tying run is at second. The go-ahead run at first. The Braves threaten with 2 outs in the 8th inning, trailing 2-1.
2 straight hits off Danny Jackson. Hit number 9 for the Braves. You can see Hollins on the line, and that's why they play the line. They force the ball to the fat part of the field and make the Braves get 3 singles as opposed to a double and a single or a single and a double. And Jim Fragosi's going to go to the wild thing.
A terrific performance turned in by Jackson. He threw 118 pitches. We're back right after this.
My dandruff's really bad. The itch drives me crazy. I'll try anything. The Denorex side feels different. It has a clean, tingling feeling. Nothing with Head & Shoulders.
Both Denorex and Head & Shoulders have effective dandruff medicine. But Denorex goes a step further with something extra that tingles to give your scalp a fresh, invigorating feeling.
That tingle is why I started using Denorex.
Try Denorex with conditioners, the serious dandruff shampoo.
No more flakes, no more itch. My dandruff's history.
J.C. Penney would like you to meet some of the smartest men in America. They're not just scientists or scholars. They're men who know about value. These are the men of Stafford. From the wool and wool blend suits to the all-cotton shirts and pure silk ties, the Stafford collection gives these men a very smart look at a very smart price, which is why the smartest men in America are wearing Stafford, exclusively at
710, it's Wilton. Stand by, 710.
A carjacker forces a deadly confrontation.
I don't think he's a criminal. I will not call it self-defense.
You hate guns. I hate the thought of being carjacked.
In a season premiere as shocking as today's headlines.
You crossed the line.
Emmy winner Tom Skerritt and Emmy winner Kathy Baker return in the Emmy-winning Best Dramatic Series. CBS invites you to experience television's best. Picket Fences, coming Fridays.
They call Mitch Williams Wild Thing for a reason. Jim Fregosi talked about watching Mitch pitch.
I've got coaches that go up the runway and they won't watch. I've got starting pitchers that immediately when he comes in the game will go in the clubhouse. My use of Mitch Williams, he is the best closer that we have. He has done the job. He saved 43 games. Now, they have not always been pretty, but justification in my mind is when we get to that position in the game, he's the best guy I have.
And he's on to protect a 2-1 lead. In the 8th inning, 2 men on with 2 outs, and Mark Lemke the batter. So many times in the last 3 years, he's come to the plate in the big spot. Fly ball to left. Thompson still going back at the wall. Great leaping catch. What a play by Milt Thompson.
Remember, Jim Fregosi left Thompson in to hit against the left-hander Merker for that reason.
Since Toyota truck reliability and dependability are put to the test in America, Toyota said, build them here, too. You know what? Most are. But the ultimate test is right here. Toyota 100,000-mile story. Over 60,000 of them, and more coming every day. Toyota trucks, the reliability's built in. Toyota trucks. You just gotta love them.
Everybody thinks programming a VCR is so incredibly complicated. Record Channel 3 Sunday, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. What's the problem?
Magnavox, the only VCR with Smart Talk remote. Smart, very smart.
Who makes the only TV with the Smart Sound feature, which ensures your volume will stay at normal levels, even when something like this comes on?
Magnavox, smart, very smart.
Yes! No use shouting, old man.
Hold on. I don't know. Just overnight the package.
Yeah, sure. Overnight it. Might as well overnight it.
Overnight this.
Overnight that. Overnight.
Overnight.
Sometimes overnight is overkill. So kick the habit with Priority Mail from the Postal Service. It's not overnight, but it's fast delivery, special handling, and 2 pounds is only $2.90.
Morning. Thanks.
When overnight is overdoing it, remember, we deliver for you. Call and we'll start today.
I hear the bases are loaded with cheeseburgers at McDonald's. So who's on first? 2 double cheeseburgers for $2. Is it double on first? Double doubles with 2 triples on second for $3. A triple on second? Double triple.
Thanks to McDonald's Double Plays, you can get 2 double cheeseburgers for $2, 2 triple cheeseburgers for $3, and a great deal on a triple cheeseburger extra value meal with Coke and fries.
That's what I said at first. No, at first the 2 double cheeseburgers. What?
What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Terrific play by Milt Thompson on a ball hit to the wall by Mark Lemke. If that ball gets by him, the Braves are on top 3-2. Bobby Cox trying to force Milt Thompson out of the game by bringing in Merker in the 7th inning, and Fregosi didn't fall for it.
And with all due respect to Incaviglia, who, as you noted earlier, has been a big part of the Phillies' success this year, if he was out there, it's a great possibility that the Phillies are trailing right now.
I don't think Pete Incaviglia makes that play.
So it's still a 2-1 game as John Kruk opens the 9th. 0 for 4 is Kruk. He struck out 3 times against Smoltz and bounced to first. Wohlers struck out the side in the 8th. And he's ahead of John Kruk 0-2. Still not much from the heart of the order. Kruk had an excellent series coming into tonight. The struggles of Hollins and Dalton continue. I'll remind you, if you weren't with us earlier, that John Kruk has never struck out 4 times in a major league game. He's whiffed 3 times tonight. Kruk, Hollins, and Dalton against Wohlers. And that's a first. 4 strikeouts in a game by John Kruk. And Wohlers has fanned all 4 men he has faced tonight. Atlanta pitchers have combined to strike out 14 Phillies.
You just do not make John Kruk look bad at the plate 5 times in one night. John just overmatched with that fastball.
Well, the most productive offensive team of the National League this year has been held in check again tonight by the Atlanta pitching, but they're leading 2-1 are the Phillies. That pitch was 99 on our radar gun down below, and it's 1-1 on Hollins, who was whiffed 3 times tonight. Dave has a single to right on his record back in the 5th. Must have been a changeup. That one was only 94. Bear in mind that the League Championship Series record for consecutive shutouts is 5. Strikeouts, pardon me, 5. Set by Kurt Schilling, opening game 1 of the series. Wohlers needs 1 strike for his 5th strikeout in a row. Hollins fought it off. In the bottom of the 9th, the Braves have the pitcher's spot due to lead off. Then Otis Nixon and Jeff Blauser. Breaking ball. Hollins laid off it. Another appeal check swing. This time Bruce Fremming said no swing, and it's 3-2.
The Wohlers is so tough because you have to be ready for the fastball. You commit your swing, and then the breaking ball fools you. It almost fooled Hollins, but he's still alive.
The payoff pitch.
If you're a passenger, you can't be ready for the local and the express at the same time. In 2 or 3 years, Mark Wohlers is going to be one of the real stars in baseball.
He tried to throw that one 199 miles per hour, and he walked Hollins with 1 out. It's the 6th walk issued by Braves pitching, and Mitch Williams will need 3 more outs to save it. These 2 teams have combined to set a National League Championship Series record for men left on base by the 2 teams for 9-inning game. With 22, the Phillies have stranded 12, the Braves 10. In the American League record set by Toronto and Chicago this year, in game 1, 25 men left on base. Darren Daulton has walked 3 times tonight. He reached on the Lemke error, opening the 4th, and scored the first Philadelphia run. last inning was the first inning in the game in which the Phillies did not leave at least one man on base. That was because Wohlers struck out the side without allowing a base runner.
May remember the other night when Wohlers fell behind Lenny Dykstra with a big lead. Dykstra hit a home run. If you could combine a low fastball from Wohlers to the strength of Darren Daulton, you might see a ball hit a long, long way. Not too many guys are going to catch up to the high fastball from Wohlers, but if he gets it down in the strike zone and in a little bit with Dalton's strength, the ball could go a long way.
Well, that's how some of the Phillies were trying to console Tommy Green about Fred McGriff's mammoth home run. He said, hey, look at it from this standpoint. You have to throw awfully hard for a guy to hit it that far.
Absolutely. Little consolation, however.
And if the Phillies win this one, Tommy Green will definitely get another chance to redeem himself for the poor performance in Game 2. All of a sudden, Wohlers can't find the strike zone. 3-0 on Dalton, who has already walked 3 times tonight.
And the last time up, he was hitting 3-0, and I would imagine he'll be hitting here.
The Phillies lead 2-1. They're looking for a pad run or two in the top of the 9th. That wasn't close. And that gets them stirring in the Atlanta bullpen. And it brings Leo Mazzoni to the mound.
I would imagine Mike Stanton would be the pitcher up because Jim Eisenreich, there's Stanton right there, Jay Howell joining him. But the guy that Bobby Cox will go to is Mike Stanton because Eisenreich and Thompson are both left-handed hitters, and Fregosi is down to defense now. There is no thought of pinch hitting for Eisenreich and Thompson. So if Bobby Cox goes to a pitcher, it'll be the left-hander Stanton.
Well, he probably doesn't have enough time to get Stanton ready for Eisenreich.
But he might for Thompson, depending on the length of the at-bat by Eisenreich.
So Wohlers struck out the first 4 men he faced tonight, and he has walked the last 2. Eisenreich 1 for 4, a single in the 7th. Is that hit that knocked Smoltz out of the ballgame. Lee Thomas, the general manager of the Phillies, went out in the offseason. He wanted to sign 2 or 3 outfielders. Eisenreich wasn't one of his first choices. He turned to Eisenreich only after his efforts to sign Dave Martinez failed. Martinez signed with San Francisco. Sometimes those things work out very well. Eisenreich's only making $600,000. Well below the average salary in baseball this year. And he had well over 300. Provides excellent speed and defense, and the fans are now giving Jerry Crawford the mock cheer for getting the call right on the foul ball. But how quickly the cheers turn to boos. 0-2, the count on Eisenreich. Hollins at second, Dalton at first. 1 out, 9th inning, 2-1 Philadelphia. Mark Wohlers with the 0-2. Fouled back to the screen. Another 0-2 pitch outside. A ball and 2 strikes. Now the 1-2 pitch Eisenreich hanging tough with the hard-throwing 23-year-old right-hander Wohlers.
Those are the types of pitches that you can handle. The ball's down in the strike zone. Eisenreich with a good cut at that one.
Two to 1 Philadelphia in the 9th inning of Game 4. The Phillies need a win to draw even in the series. And Eisenreich strikes out. Every out recorded by Wohlers since he entered the ball game has been with the strikeout.
Right into your living room.
5 strikeouts for Wohlers in an inning and 2/3. But he's walked 2 in this inning to create the jam, and now Milt Thompson made the most important defensive play of the series today. He's 1 for 4 at the plate. Wild pitch came back quickly to Berryhill, but then he lost the handle as he thought about a quick throw down to third. That hit hard off the padding behind home plate. There's not a lot of room right behind the plate here anyway, and it came right back to Berryhill.
Right between the legs of home plate umpire Jim Quick, but it hit a partition and came back quickly. And Berryhill, had he come up with it, he may have thought about going to third base, but wisely he held on to the ball, and now they're going to walk Thompson intentionally. Thing about this is if you have the bases loaded, there's no place to put Stocker. I think if I were Fregosi, I'd have Stocker take a strike in this situation, thinking that Wohlers may be more nervous than Stocker.
And Wohlers has been all over the place in this inning with the 2 walks.
Yeah. If a young pitcher's real wild, it's not usually a good idea to walk the bases loaded. Let him pitch to that hitter with first base open and hope the hitter goes for something bad. You really have nothing to lose. But now you've got to throw a strike.
So 3 walks and 2 strikeouts in the inning. It's 2-1 Philadelphia with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 9th. And Stocker up again in another big spot. So many times tonight the number 8 hitters Stocker and Lemke have come up in a big situation. Stocker 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly tonight. The hit would be huge for Philadelphia. And he did not go up there taking a strike. And he swung through the first pitch. 0-1 on Stocker. 23-year-old pitcher against a 23-year-old rookie shortstop. In the most important moments of this series today. Low and in. The ball and a strike on Stocker. With Mitch Williams on deck. The 1-1 pitch. Slapped out at play to the left, and Wohlers is ahead 1-2. Most of the fans on their feet again. Wohlers struck out the side and got the Phillies 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. He has a chance to strike out the side, but with 3 walks mixed in here in the 9th. The 1-2 pitch. Just a bit high with the fastball.
This is a big pitch right here with the count 2-2. If he misses with this pitch, then you're going to have 3-2, 2 outs, runners running.
Fought off. The big concern the Phillies had about Stalker when they called him up at midseason was he ready? Only 23 years old, limited time in the minors after 3 years at the University of Washington. From day one, he has demonstrated the poise to come through in just about every situation presented to him. The 2-2 pitch. Chopped towards second. Nice hop for Lemke. And perhaps in this ball game, it's only fitting that the Phillies leave the bases loaded in the ninth. They've stranded 15. Bottom of the ninth, still only 2-1 Phillies.
This is the perfect time to try my new Polaroid Captiva. Smile!
Hey, where's the picture?
There's no picture?
Did you see the picture come out? How can that be a Polaroid camera if there's no picture?
It doesn't look like a Polaroid camera.
It's not a Polaroid camera.
Introducing the new Polaroid Captiva. It's sleek, it's stylish. Its pocket-sized pictures stay in a special compartment till you take them out, so you're free to shoot and shoot.
Maybe if you shake it.
Yeah, shake the camera. The new Polaroid Captiva. The pictures stay in till you take them out.
At Mutual of Omaha, we understand that nurturing and protecting come naturally. So it's only natural that you want to provide for your family, even if your ability to provide is taken away. Mutual of Omaha, disability insurance to protect your changing world.
Put your heart into it. Be tough. I am not going to pay a lot for this muffler. By George, I think he's got it.
Don't be bullied into paying a lot for a muffler. Now more than ever at Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
Having a real estate license doesn't necessarily mean that you know how to sell real estate. You have to understand people.
There isn't anything any school could teach you to make you care about people. That's got to come from the heart.
Century 21, rated most knowledgeable in real estate.
What are the right questions to ask when buying home insurance? And we'll have the best recipes for your favorite foods.
Tomorrow on CBS This Morning with Harry Smith and Paula Zahn.
They were 9 ball players in need of a coach. What they got was a miracle.
Somehow, you sent to be our coach.
They cleaned him up and fixed him up. But will his mysterious past...
Am I in trouble being out here with you?
keep all their dreams from coming true? Burt Reynolds.
You're looking good, some of you.
Reba McEntire, the man from left field, Friday.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 4 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Toyota, reminding you to always buckle up. Do it for those who love you. Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is just what the doctor ordered. And by Magnavox, the ingenious products from Magnavox. They're smart, very smart.
And our thanks to the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company and their aerial ambassador airship Stars and Stripes for all the great shots during tonight's coverage. And what a ball game this has been. 2-1 Philadelphia. Bottom of the ninth, Bill Pacoda batting for the pitcher Wohlers. And Williams was in with strike one. Pacoda batted in game 1 as a pinch hitter against Williams, leading off the ninth. And Williams walked him on 4 pitches. And Pacoda wound up scoring the game-tying run. That run set up when Kim Batiste threw the ball away. Jim Fregosi said after the game he would not hesitate to put Batiste back in for defensive purposes at third. And true to his word, Batiste is in for Hollins, protecting the 1-run lead in the bottom of the ninth. After the pinch hitter Pacoda, Williams scheduled to face Nixon and Blauser. Popped up and out of play.
Kim Batiste on the line at third base. And I think with a right-handed batter up there with Williams, he throws that slider down and in. And I think it's particularly important to play a guy like Pacoda on the line, or any right-hander for that matter.
Broken bat looper, and it falls. For the Braves, in 12 of their last 30 postseason games, the winning run has been scored in the winning team's final at bat. Pacoda, bloop single. And he's the tying run at first with nobody out. Otis Nixon sacrificed his last time up and was called out. But he obviously beat John Kruk's throw to the covering Morandini.
Bill Pacoda's got to watch out for Mitch Williams' move. It's the best in the National League.
The bunt is popped up. Kruk couldn't get it. A great effort by Kruk. He wasn't very far from the home plate circle when he went into that dive and foul ground, and he just missed it.
One of the reasons he didn't have as good a jump as he normally would have is because of Mitch Williams and the move that he has to first. He has to stay back a split second later than he would normally do because of that move to first, and possibly because of that he misses the ball by inches.
One strike on Nixon. Jeff Blauser is on deck. 2-1 Philadelphia in the bottom of the ninth. Pacoda at first with nobody out. The 0-1 pitch, high and away. Is there any chance of Bobby Cox changing up and going away from a bunt?
I don't think so. I think you play it straight up in this situation with Blauser and Gant coming up against Williams.
Williams threw to first, probably just to check and make sure if the Braves were still bunting, and Nixon did flinch as if he was squaring to bunt.
Pitchers will throw to first base. They try to get a reaction out of the hitter. Sometimes they'll step off to do that.
He turns the bunt, bunted it off the plate. Williams bare hands and drops it. No play.
Why the bare hand? He had plenty of time to get Nixon. Catch it in the glove, throw to first. The Phillies have botched up 2 sacrifice attempts, one by John Kruk, and now this one by Williams. The first one they got away with, but not this one.
The only reason for the bare hand is that he was probably thinking about a play at second base.
Yeah, but that's that thought again. When a team is bunting to tie in the late innings, make sure of one. That's pounded into infielders' heads, into catchers' heads from day one.
Credit Nixon with a sacrifice. Charge Williams with an error, allowing Nixon to reach the first Philadelphia error of the ball game. And now the tying run is at second, and the winning run at first, with nobody out in the 9th inning, and Jeff Blauser coming up. Blauser sacrificed 5 times this year. Ron Gant is on deck.
What Blauser wants to do is to try to get the third baseman to feel the ball, to have him charge in away from the bag to get the runners over to third and second.
Ball 1 high. Blauser over for 3 tonight with a walk. Bunted foul. Williams has to be a tough guy to try to bunt against with as hard as he throws, with the movement on his pitches. He was obviously very agitated, undoubtedly with himself when Fregosi was at the mound. You could see Fregosi trying to calm him down. The 1-1 pitch. Bunted and a good one. Williams looks at third. He made the play at third. Kim Batiste, an excellent stretch, reaching into foul ground. And the Phillies and Mitch Williams cut down the lead runner at third for the first out of the inning.
Blauser bunts it toward third, and look at Batiste. He decides right away to get back to third, try for the force. And a brilliant play by Mitch Williams to get Pacoda at third, and an equally fine play by Batiste. Williams throwing the ball awfully hard, and he's only 75 feet away when he made the play. Batiste decided, he went back, took the chance, and Blauser didn't bunt it hard enough past Williams.
Terrific stretch by Batiste.
Yeah, that's a situation where a third baseman became a first baseman.
Now Ron Gant. That's why they called him Mr. Clutch. That was the title of the article about him in Sports Illustrated late in the year. Led the majors in game-winning runs batted in. He's 0 for 4 tonight. He has struck out his last 2 times up. Runners at first and second. Now 1 out. Bottom of the 9th. The Phillies 2, the Braves 1.
The runner at second, too, is Otis Nixon, who had 47 stolen bases.
Morandini playing close to second, keeping Nixon close. But on any hit to the outfield, Nixon's going to score. The Phillies outfield playing very deep, trying to guard against an extra base hit.
Yeah, you have to for Gant anyway.
Gant 0 for 6 in his career against Williams. Up the middle right at Morandini. Steps on the bag for 1. This series is even at 2 wins apiece. The final score, Philadelphia 2, Atlanta 1. We'll have more right after this.
The eyes of America.
86.
Since 1989.
Since 1973.
Since 1988.
Like my harmonica, I never leave home without it.
American Express is welcomed at the Hall of Fame and anywhere else people go to dream.
Attention heartburn sufferers.
If antacids work, why do I keep getting heartburn?
You know, frequent heartburn may be a sign of a more serious medical problem. Your doctor has treatment plans that can help.
Frequent heartburn. Isn't it time you talk to your doctor?
From the people who've always sent you kisses. Something new. It's the same, and it's different. It's new Hershey's Hugs. Hugs are mini Hershey's Kisses hugged by white chocolate. Hugs. Get it? New Hershey's Hugs. P.S. Hugs also come with almonds.
Two-1 the final. The Chevrolet player of the game is Danny Jackson. He got the win. He went 7 2/3 innings for the victory, and he drove in the game-winning run with his only hit ever in the postseason. That came in the 4th. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in Danny's name to the Special Olympics. Here's Jim Gray with Danny Jackson.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. Great pitching performance tonight, but you drove in the winning run. That's got to be unexpected.
Yeah, it really was. He just threw the ball right where my bat was swinging, and I was able to get the run in. But I was more happy with the way I pitched tonight and be able to get out a couple of jams there, keep my team back in the game where we can bring it back to Philadelphia and start playing there and bring it home now tomorrow. Just come out here and try to win a game tomorrow against Steve Avery, another tough pitcher. So, and we got Schilling, who's been tough. So.
Danny, did Mitch Williams make you a little bit nervous there?
Well, you know, that one blue hit by Bakota was a good pitch, and then the one play with Otis Nixon, he tried to throw it to second. I knew it's what it was in his mind because he's pretty good about feeling it with the bare hand and throwing it, but obviously he didn't get that done. But he made a great play on Blauser's ball, and Kim Batiste made a great play because the throw was off a little bit. So that it all turned out for the good, and that's all we worry about.
Thanks, Dan. You can smile now. Game's over.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Let's go back upstairs to Sean.
Once again, the final score, Philadelphia 2, Atlanta 1. 26 men left on base. More after this.
Introducing a cereal from Kellogg's. Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Taste them again for the first time.
More Americans trust Napa for everything they need to keep their vehicles running and to help them save, too. Pick up these halogen headlights as low as $4.99. Napa Antifreeze is just $1.99 after rebate. And this Napa Power Battery is only $29.99 after rebate. So run into your nearest Napa Auto Parts store today.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
Hi there, I'm Dave Thomas, and I'd like one of those Monterey Ranch chicken sandwiches, please.
Hi, I'm Dave Thomas.
I'd like a Monterey Ranch
Chicken sandwich?
When we stopped making our Monterey Ranch chicken sandwich, people tried everything to get one. Well, it's back, so now you can just be yourself.
Hi, I'm Dave Thomas.
Do you want a jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars. Rip into rock, unwrap the wrap, jazz, and reggae. Collect all 12 Nestle Crunch Jammin' designs. You want a jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars.
Now for Tim McCarver, Jim Gray, Pat O'Brien, and Tommy Lasorda, I'm Sean McDonough saying so long from Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. The final score, the Phillies 2 and the Braves 1. You've been watching Major League Baseball on CBS Sports, home of the World Series. Good night, everyone.
This place. It's the new Burger King Everyday Value Menu with Big Flame World Burgers for only 99 cents.
I can't do it myself for 99 cents.
Your favorite Burger King foods at new, lower everyday prices, like the Croissant Combo served hot and fresh for $1.99. Check your Burger King Everyday Value Menu and be sure to try the delicious Flame Broiled Whopper Combo for $2.99.
That's great news for my pocketbook.
Value every day. Have it your way.
You're gonna want to come back every day.
If you thought 1993 was a good year at your Quality Plus Ford dealer, we've got even more for 94. Now, every #1 selling Ford F-150 has a driver's side airbag standard. Plus, the #1 selling compact pickup is even better. Check out the new Ranger Splash Super Cab 4x4. And this year, every Ford car and truck comes with 24-hour roadside assistance. So expect more for 94 on America's #1 cars and trucks. But there's still time to get a great deal on a 93 Ford car and truck in stock. Hurry, see your Quality Plus Ford dealer today.
Next Sunday on CBS, it's the Eagles and the Giants, then the 49ers and the Cowboys.
Bless you. He's a big fan.
The great masters defined civilization in Europe. Now we're defining it on the way there. United Airlines' renowned international service to 15 cities all across Europe. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
A year ago, AT&T Special Country Savings was born.
Now to celebrate its first birthday, we're giving you even more savings on international calls. Double the savings on Saturdays in October and November. And not just to one or two numbers, but to everyone you want to call in the international country of your choice. 30% off with AT&T. Call now to sign up and enjoy a birthday gift from us to your favorite country.
As governor, I'm going to cut your taxes.
Here's what editorials say about Christy Todd Whitman's tax plan. A half-baked plan that lacks credibility. Irresponsible. Wildly irresponsible. The plan doesn't measure up. It isn't believable. Voodoo economics. It's a fraud. So ridiculous we doubt she believes it herself. Perpetrated by a desperate candidate whose lack of credentials have become increasingly apparent.
The car, the lease, the monthly payment, the term, the drive-out cost, and, of course, the legalese. Why it's called legalese, we have no idea. There's nothing easy about reading this. It is, however, very easy to lease the GS. The place to do it? Your New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania area Lexus dealer.
WCAU-TV Philadelphia. Now, Janet Zappala, Gene Crane Weather, and Bruce Casella Sports. This is Channel 10 News.
Hello, I'm Janet Zappala. Our top story this hour, they had to do it, and they did tonight. An important victory for the Phillies. A loss would have put them in a must-win situation tomorrow. This is the play that gave them the 2-1 victory over the Braves tonight. The series now tied 2-2, heading into Game 5 in Atlanta tomorrow. And here at home, fans are up. They're confident. They love their Phils. Steve Levy talked with some today.
And I hope they can bring it back to Philadelphia to finish out the season. Take the pennant and all, right here in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia fans long have had a reputation for having an attitude, and it was clearly evident at 3 locations where they watched tonight.
It's a series. It will be the Phillies in 7 games. You can make buck on it. Absolutely.
It's going to go 7 games. We're going to be 2 runs down in the 9th, and John Kruk's going to hit a 3-run homer.
You're positive?
Definitely.
I have confidence in the Phillies, and I think we're going to do it.
For sure?
For sure. For sure, why not? They're cute, they try, they chew, they spit.
Atlanta's made this a matter of civic pride. They were not all Southern ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear what they called our Phillies players? They said that our Phillies players are fat and they're ugly and they're crude. And you guys went to college in Atlanta, right?
Yes, we did.
Why did they call our players names like that?
Because the people in Atlanta are very trim, they're fit.
I would say they're ugly and crude, but they're cute that way, right?
I think it was a little harsh. I really do. I think they should just put that tomahawk chop away.
One thing was clear. No one is jumping off this Phillies bandwagon. It took too long for the Phils to make these playoffs.
They got to come back to Philadelphia.
Almost all the fans we talked to are sure they will. Steve Levy, Channel 10 News.
Absolutely. And Channel 10's Siani Lee is in Atlanta tonight, where she's been spending time with the fans. How are they faring down there, Siani?
Absolutely thrilled, Janet. Talk about a cliffhanger of a game. It was a thrilling finish to Game 4 today. And we just knew that the Phillies were going to be able to pull it off. They've got staying power for sure. And to give me her reaction to the game is Ruth Ann McGrath from Collindale, Pennsylvania. What'd you think in the bottom of the 9th?
It was very exciting. 2 men on with Gann up to base. We were, as you know, holding our breath.
That's right. Did you ever lose the faith today?
Never. Phillies don't give up.
All right. We're going to see you back here again tomorrow, along with the rest of the fans here. We are keeping the faith. And there are other signs that things are turning around for the Phillies. We went out looking out for some inspirational signs and found it in Southwest Atlanta. Well, the sign says Philadelphia Baptist Church, located on Philadelphia Street, but I wonder if there are any Phillies fans in here. Let's find out. This sure feels and sounds like the city of brotherly love. But even in Atlanta, the founders of this 118-year-old church knew there was something special about the word Philadelphia.
they decided to use the name of the Church Philadelphia. And I assume, now I love to hear this preach about this verse in Revelation where they said, Philadelphia, we find no fault in you. And you're all right with us.
But don't let the name of the church fool you. They pull for their own down here.
I believe the Lord probably sent you here to get seeking some help, because we believe in brotherly love. That's what Philadelphia means. And that is what we have in our heart, just love around here. We love our brave true, and we love the Phillies too, but somebody got to lose, and we feel like the Phillies are going to lose. The Braves are going to take it.
Sounds good. If that doesn't make you feel good, I don't know what does. A fabulous finish to a great game today. We're going to be here looking for the next win from the Phillies. Live in Atlanta, I'm Siani Lee, Channel 10 News. Back to you, Janet.
I don't know about you, Siani, but I am frazzled. They won, yes. So that's what matters.
I was biting my nails during the entire ninth inning.
You and me both. Thanks for that live report. And there is still a lot more ahead in the Channel 10 coverage of the National League Championships. We will check in with Ron Burke live in Atlanta tonight. And by the way, you can catch Game 5 of the National League playoffs right here on Channel 10 tomorrow afternoon, game time at 3 o'clock. And stay with Channel 10 for team coverage of all the Phillies postseason action. Now, in other news this hour, the threat of a strike at Philadelphia's two major newspapers is just hours away. The presses are still rolling at the Philadelphia Inquirer and Daily News as negotiations between the papers and their unions continue. 10 unions are in round-the-clock negotiations with the papers, trying to resolve issues of staffing and jurisdiction. Joe Lyons, president of the Newspaper Council, talked to Channel 10 about the possibility of a settlement.
I'm very pessimistic at this at the moment, because they've got some serious problems with the mailers and the guild that I'm not sure can be resolved by the deadline tomorrow.
We have to say that we are disappointed that the progress has not been faster, that there hasn't been more intensity on the part of the unions to try to reach settlements.
Now, all the unions say they will not accept an extension and will go on strike tomorrow if the issues are not resolved. One day after finding a missing New Jersey girl's body near her Westville home, authorities are keeping very quiet about the case. 7-year-old Stephanie Mon's body was found yesterday. A neighbor has been questioned about her suspicious death, but he has not been charged. Channel 10's Mike Strug has more.
As volunteers dragged the dark waters of the Big Timber Creek last week, they thought they were dealing with a tragic accidental drowning. But it clearly was not an accident. The evidence of that is in this front-page photo in the Gloucester County Times. Stephanie Mon's body was found stuffed in a duffel bag, which can be seen behind the orange traffic cone in the boat. Concrete blocks hanging over the side were used to weigh it down. The bag was found in the water near where Route 130 crosses the creek.
It's depressing, very depressing. Westville's a community that cares for its children.
It's sickening. It's stunning. I've lived in this town all my life, and I don't ever remember anything like this happening.
Investigators aren't saying much. There was a report that a neighbor had been taken in for questioning. The prosecutor's office says he was cooperative and was released without any charges being filed. The trees here along the Big Timber are still decorated with yellow ribbons, left over from when neighbors were hoping against hope that the little second grader might still be found alive. And flyers with her picture are still plastered all over town. The children, the ones who used to play here freely, are now on a short leash.
It's really scary. And I don't, sometimes I get scared to walk down my street. I don't even like to ride around anymore that much.
There's been speculation that the young girl's body may not have been in the water since she disappeared last Saturday, but may have been dumped there later. If they know, authorities aren't saying, and have not released the results of an autopsy done yesterday. I'm Mike Strug, Channel 10 News.
Robbery is believed to be the motive in a shooting which killed one teen and left another fighting for his life. It happened in West Philadelphia, here at 58th and Washington. 16-year-old Carrie Flood died at the scene about 3 o'clock this morning. Another teen is listed in critical condition tonight. So far, no arrests in the case. And now the latest on Somalia. Here are the headlines. Reinforcements arrived in Mogadishu today. Diplomat Robert Oakley begins negotiations to end fighting between warlord Mohammed Farah Aidid and UN peacekeepers. The death toll from fighting the past week now stands at 17. One of those killed, Dominic Pilla of Vineland, New Jersey. A viewing was held tonight at the Roan Funeral Home in Vineland. Funeral services are set for tomorrow at the same location. The killing of American soldiers prompted President Clinton to send in 5,300 extra troops. Those reinforcements arrived today aboard a Galaxy C-5 cargo plane. Also today, the military moved extra tanks and helicopters into position. About 2,000 Somalis demonstrated in the streets of Mogadishu, chanting support for Aidid and shouting anti-American slogans. The demonstrations coincided with the arrival of reinforcements and negotiator Robert Oakley. The Reverend Jesse Jackson says Clinton is right not to pull out U.S. troops.
Staying there to finish the humanitarian mission is sound, but now more African, more specifically more Nigerian diplomatic and military involvement could be a major asset and reduce American risk and vulnerability.
Meanwhile, some members of Congress are urging the president to give up the manhunt for Aidid. Here at home, a Philadelphia fireman is hospitalized in stable condition, injured while fighting a house fire in Nicetown. Earlier tonight, the blaze broke out on the 1900 block of West Hunting Park Avenue. No word yet on the cause of that fire. Meantime, in the city's Germantown section, firefighters battle a smoky garage fire on the 100 block of East Walnut Lane. It broke out shortly after 6 o'clock tonight in the garage and then spread to the first floor of the 3-story apartment building. Fire was brought under control about a half an hour later. No one was injured. And coming up on the Channel 10 News, a solemn ceremony to remember those killed in the Russian rebellion. And a wild 5-hour bus chase through Southern California. See the dramatic ending when the Channel 10 News continues.
This is the new Dodge Ram. And it comes with something full-size pickups have always been missing. A feature that makes handling loads easier when things turn slippery, and can help you steer clear of danger. Because for the first time, the safety of anti-lock brakes is now available on all 4 wheels. New Dodge Ram. The rules have changed.
If you see news, call 1-800-TIP-WCAU. Shoot it with your home video camera and call 1-800-TIP-WCAU.
I know. Say we didn't get the package.
Martha! Tom! Did you get our package?
Gee, it never got here.
Really?
Introducing tracking software from Federal Express.
It was delivered to your place at 9:22 a.m.
Ah! Probably stuck in the mailroom.
No, it was signed for by your partner, Brian.
Now you can track packages right from your computer on your desk.
Brian, are you there?
Oh, that package, Martha! We can negotiate a deal.
In news around the world tonight, services held in Russia to remember those killed in last week's bloody revolt. More than 140 people died in clashes between troops loyal to Russian President Boris Yeltsin and hardliners opposed to his dissolving parliament. Today, churchgoers lit candles in memory of those who died. Yeltsin put down the 2-day uprising by ordering troops to pound the parliament building with artillery fire. A tragic accident in South Korea. Authorities say more than 120 people are dead or missing after a ferry capsized. Rescue crews were able to save 70 people from the rough seas. The ferry was on a day-long fishing trip. And authorities in Houston say they believe they now know what triggered those powerful explosions aboard an oil tanker last night. It's believed 3 people died in the explosions. Apparently 2 workers welding a chemical tank in the ship's hull caused the accident. The fire burned out of control for 5.5 hours. Today, you can see where the blast peeled a portion of the deck back like a sardine can. Oil containment booms are in place to prevent environmental damage. And tonight, a California man is facing charges of commandeering a bus and leading police on a wild 5-hour chase. Police say the suspect stole a charter bus in San Diego and raced north, dodging highway patrol officers along the way. You can see sparks flying from the wheels after police shot out the tires.
He's smashing into patrol units. He's crushing them. He's backing up again. He's shooting at there's shots right into a house. He smashed the bus.
The chase finally ended in Los Angeles. 2 police officers suffered injuries when the suspect rammed their cars. And still ahead on the Channel 10 News, a lot of fun in downtown today as dozens showed how much they love a parade. And coming up next, Gene Crane in the Weather Center working on the forecast for the new week. All that and more when the Channel 10 News continues.
Don't miss Levitt's big Columbus Day sale, now through Monday.
Choose Bassett Posture Rest Deluxe Bedding. Any size. Twin, full, queen, or king. Only $99 each piece.
That's all.
Kings and queens must be purchased as sets.
But only $99 each piece.
Plus, you pay no money down with no monthly